one here today. The offense is going to get as hot as the temperature today, although we do have a nice breeze. It should help us to cool here at least in the stands. The players are running in the yeah,
batting in the fifth position, the catcher, number 18, Garrett Tate. Batting in the sixth position and pitching, number 15, Taven Dutton. Batting in the seventh position,
last minute coaching mentioned there from Coach Colton Hankey.
Batting in the eighth position, the designated hitter.
Another win here. The Bobcats sitting at 4
He'll be batting,
on
center
the
fielder,
season.
number
Have
11,
not gotten a win yet in the Iowa
batting in the ninth
Conference.
position and playing
Meanwhile,
right
Ottumwa
field,
off to a hot start this year at the Marshalltown game. You're sitting 11-4, 8-0 undefeated in conference play in the Iowa Conference.
Yeah, they are a very, very strong team. But the Bobcats split the doubleheader winning game 1 43, and then Bobcats winning 2.
Obviously, a heartbreaker for the Bobcats in game 1.
Here come your Bobcats!
And then obviously got back in it for game 2 and ended up taking the win, and they'll look to continue that and hopefully start a streak here. Of course, they win both games this header. It'll be a 3-game win streak. Of course, everyone's favorite Dylan Dillis always has that discussion. I believe it's minimum of 3 to be a streak. So
I think 2 is a streak.
2 is a streak.
That's my opinion.
Okay. Well, let's see if the Bobcats can get a streak going here in game 1 as we take a look at the Ottumwa starting lineup. Number 1, Christian Aller out in left field. He'll lead it off here in the top of the first, followed by number 8, Ottumwa, the pitcher. He'll be on the mound here for game 1. Batting third, the third baseman, number 5, Cam Maneri. And in the cleanup spot, we've got Wynn Larson, the designated hitter. He'll be batting for second baseman, Mitchell Jordan. You see right at the bottom there. Followed up, Braden Larkin at first, number 3, Mason Granite, the third baseman, number 13. Matthew Mitchell, the shortstop, rounding out the infield there. You see number 17. Keaton Haynes over in right field, as well as Chase Thompson joining him in center, number 27. And obviously Mitchell Jordan will have him batting here to start us off. He will be in the infield at second base there. Get a look at the Bobcats starting pitcher here today. That'll be Taven Dutton out on the mound here for game 1.
Bobcats in their red tops and ash gray tops.
Something about those off colors that really rings true. We had those baby blue softball unis the other day, and now we get these.
Leading off the first inning for the Bulldogs.
As we will lead it off here in the top of the first. Christian Aller up to bat for Ottumwa. First pitch of the afternoon here from Dutton. Just misses the zone. Two and 0 now to count here. Taven Dutton trying to find the strike zone for the first time this afternoon. He finds it, but Aller makes contact into left field. And we've got a leadoff single here for Ottumwa. Christian Aller hopes one in front of the left fielder.
Nice piece of hitting.
That is J.J. Schoenfelder out there in left. Just couldn't quite
The
get to it as it drops in for
number
a
8,
base hit.
Dawson Weller.
As Weller comes to bat here. Looking to help out his own cause early on here in the first as there's a check to first base. Aller makes it back.
Still trying to fill out stuff, so keep me informed, okay?
Sharply hit ground ball to short. Bobcats look to turn 2. There's one. The fire to first is in time. Double play from the Bobcat infield. They get the double play. Short to second to first. 2 quick outs there. A nice job by the Bobcat infield. Started off there by the shortstop. That is
The catcher, number 5,
kicking us off.
Cameron Maneri.
Excellent play.
Yeah, that is a big safety.
That was a nice double play. Yeah, it sure was. You got to have those too.
First pitch here into Maneri is low and away for ball 1. Second pitch. Dutton tries to drop it in there, but just misses high.
Thank you. I'm having trouble with my days. They're all screwed up.
2-0 now to count. Another one ripped into left field. Schoenfelder tracking over again. It'll drop right in front of him. Just not quite enough air under the ball there. It's 2 now to Schoenfelder. That just not enough air. Schoenfelder does make the play. And
The designated hitter, number 11,
one base. Larson will come up to bat here.
What number is that? That numbers are so hard to read. Supposed to have defining numbers and how long to define.
First offering here from Dutton. Will be a check back to first base.
No, you know what? You go back
Not
to
in
those
time.
Seems like that.
camos that were just horrible.
Has some speed. Want to show off?
This one ripped up the middle. It'll be stopped here at second. Play not made though. A tough one on the backhand there.
You call it. I was doing something else.
Xander Stubb just not able to get the glove flip over to Griesel at second.
All right. It's number 12. Is a courtesy runner. That was an error on who? Huh? E4. First baseman, number 3, Braden Larkin.
He made a bad toss.
Okay.
Yes, he was moving, but he had
Larkin now the batter. Runners on first and second. Check the second, not in time.
And the courtesy runner is number 12.
A couple of these checks have been close here in the early going for Taven Dutton.
Courtesy runner for the Bulldogs, number 12, Tyler Schaus.
But just not quite in time. As here we'll have the first pitch to Larkin. That is in there for a strike. I believe that's the first strike here for Dutton that was not made contact with.
Dutton, it seems like he's trying to get that off speed. And that was the first time.
made the play. All he had to do was toss the ball.
Again tries to go off speed. This one into center field, tailing back and over the head of the center fielder. Luke Stalzer could not quite get there, and Ottumwa is going to score a pair.
The Bobcats, good start to the inning, but two batters later they got.
Third baseman, number 13, Mason Rabbit.
Mason Rabbit here up to bat, the third baseman. As Larkin in there with a double. And the Bobcats suddenly after that double play find themselves in a 2-0 hole. The off-speed pitch so far not working great for Dutton. We'll see if there's an adjustment here. First offering in there for a strike to grab it. Larkin sitting at second base. Another fastball. This one just misses outside. Bobcats looking to get out of this first inning to limit the damage to 2 here. Check back to second, not in time, hits the runner. I believe in kickball he'd be out, but unfortunately we're playing baseball here.
Totally right.
You would back, yeah.
Dutton misses just low there on the check back to second. Still 1-1 here, the count. He'll come home with this one. That one ripped down the third base line.
I'll keep you hanging in there, John.
Someone coach getting out of the way there quick. That was ripped foul. 2 strikes now on the 1-2 pitch here to Gavin.
Nachos and stuff. The ones
Doesn't look
that
to
they've got
damage.
now,
That one
which is-
drops in for strike 3. Tatum Dutton finds the off-speed pitch here against Gravitt, the third baseman, to get out of the inning. That's Mason Gravitt, the third baseman.
Top of the first inning for the Bulldogs.
Dutton limits the damage to 2, but they come after a nice double play from the Bobcat infield. And just like that, Ottumwa 3-0 on the double to center field.
And they left one runner on base.
Larkin.
Due up
Great
by
at
the first for the Bobcats. Griesel, Schoenfelder, Scott.
To Des Moines forward.
Why do they need 2 chiefs?
Orders to get to the game. Somewhat outscored when it was 44-11. Winning the game. Game 1 was an 11 run.
Leading us off here for the Bobcats as they take their turn at the plate. We'll have Sam Griesel, the shortstop, who kicked off that double play in the infield at short. Coming up second, Lars Schoenfelder, the third baseman, number 20, followed by number 31, Xander Stupp, the second baseman, also involved in that nice little double play. They'll take the top 3 spots. Batting in the cleanup spot, John or JJ Schoenfelder. Schoenfelder, who's over in left field here today. Garrett Tatey, the catcher, he sits behind the plate, and he'll bat 5th here for the Bobcats. Pitcher Taven Dutton at 6th, Aiden Holger in 7th. Gavin Fryder 8th. Cloud over in right field. Last, as well as Schmalzer, the center fielder, will be designated hit for the Bobcats at the bottom of the first. Sam Griesel, certainly the highlight of the top of the first. We'll see if he can make it the highlight of the bottom of the first as well. As he takes the plate here. Pitch number 1 coming. Nolan Heller. As Griesel gets into the box, he awaits the first pitch. Shows bunt in there for a strike. Nolan Heller, a nice pitch there on the outside corner.
Heller in 3 games played. That's a world record. 14 innings pitched. Opposing batting average.
Second pitch right in there, same spot to Griesel. A call to strike again. 0-2 the count already here for Griesel. Bobcats in trouble at the plate early going. That one is going to tap fair. Griesel struggle at the mound, and that's going to go down as an error. Heller just could not quite corral the tapper, and Griesel is aboard at first.
Third baseman, number 20, Lars Schoenfelder.
Lars Schoenfelder now up to bat here for the Cats. Griesel takes his lead at first. Check over to first, just late there on the tag. Braden Perkin over at first, nearly gets Griesel on the pickoff attempt.
Just my thought, Weller. 3.5 ERA. Definitely arm at the Bobcats.
Sack bunt here from Schoenfelder. Will advance Griesel to second.
Second baseman, number 31, Xander Stupp.
Xander Stupp will go to the plate here for the Bobcats. Runner on second, 1 out here in the bottom of the first. Bobcats trailing 2-0. First pitch here from Weller. In there for a strike.
See if Stuff can get on here. Maybe even drive Griesel for second.
Now one ripped down the third baseline to your point there. Gotta think with Griesel at second. Anything that touches the outfield grass, Bobcats are probably going to send him home as the count now sits at 1-2 here to stop following foul.
You're playing a team like Ottumwa. You don't want to get down by too much here. You're already down by 2 in the bottom of the first. You want to get 1 at least back here at the bottom of the first.
0-2 pitch here to stop. Swung on and missed. Second out for Ottumwa there as Xander Stuff goes down swinging at the plate. A nice pitch there on the outside corner there for Austin Weller. I correct myself. I was thinking Nolan Heller was the pitcher today. It's number 8, Dawson Weller. A couple of close names here on the Ottumwa Bulldogs side of the field. I do want to correct myself there with that. It's Dawson Weller, number 8, the first pitch in there for a strike. J.J. Schoenfelder.
Weller so far today has not thrown the ball. 8 pitches, 8 strikes.
An impressive outing so far for the Ottumwa righty. That one too short. It'll be a good play here at first, and Ottumwa will make it to get out of the inning. The Bobcats strand a runner here, trailing 2-0. As we end the first inning, the Bulldogs will come back up to bat, looking to extend the lead. We'll be right back.
Correction, no runs
Cats,
on
KFJB-TV.
no hits.
Sandvik drills one to right field. Backing up is the right fielder over her head. Griesel's going to come home, and that will get the Bobcats on the board again.
Your home for the Bobcats. KFJB-TV. Streaming all year on YouTube.
Bobcat baseball on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV. The Bobcats strand a runner in the bottom of the first, following Ottumwa's 2-run in the Ottumwa starting lineup. We'll start off the second here with Matthew Mitchell, the shortstop,
Leading off the top of the second inning for the Bulldogs, the shortstop, number 17, Matthew Mitchell.
On the mound for the Bobcats. Worked out of a bit of a jam there to end the first inning. The Bobcats did give up a pair on the double from Larkin. That one misses low and makes its way to the backstop.
If you're Dutton here, it's pretty imperative you limit the Bulldogs to a very small hit. Monday is
barehanded at third, throw over, not in time. That'll be a base hit for Mitchell. Good effort over there at third base. That's Lars Schoenfelder.
Right fielder, number
Not quite get the
25.
play. Slow enough grounder. There was not really a play there at first base, as now we'll see Haynes up to bat, the right fielder pick, or throw over to first, not in time. Bobcats seem to be just checking the runners here and there. 0-0 the count. That one swung on and fouled back behind us on the first base side. 0-1 now the count. Keaton Haynes, the right fielder. That one in the dirt to the backstop. And making his way to third base is Mitchell. As the ball gets away from the catcher, Garrett Tatey. Couple pitches here this inning have been low and away from Dutton. 2-1 count. That one just high and inside. Good pitch there from Dutton, just a bit too high. Did not get the call here. Now 3-1. That one misses inside. And that'll be a base on balls for the right fielder, Haynes.
Now with corners and nobody out for the Bobcats, it's just about moving the game.
Dutton did a pretty good job of that in the first inning, getting the double play ground ball to get the first 2 outs of the inning, and then following the 2-run double, getting out of the inning with runner on second, getting that last out. We'll see if he can work his way out of another tight jam here. Runners in the corners, nobody out. Thompson at the plate, the left fielder. Check over to first, not in time. Dutton again checks to first.
Again, I think the runner on first here, Haynes, is off the first pitch.
Keaton Haynes takes his lead. They check over again and again, not in time.
He's going to get so obsessed with that, he's going to forget about the runner at third base.
Fouled back to the first base side. That'll make its way out of play. Just over the back of the bleachers. 0-1 now the count. Worth noting, it didn't look like Haynes took off there on that opening pitch home. Doesn't mean he won't take off here.
I think they're pretty sizable lead at first.
Dutton checks him. Again, not in time. Dutton certainly working his way through his due diligence here, checking the runner at first, Haynes.
I think this at-bat's been about 2 minutes, and there's only been one pitch through.
Thompson, the batter. Runners on the corners, nobody out here. That one a slow check to first.
These are the moments that I think the Iowa High School Athletic Association should have a disengagement rule.
This time he comes to third. The ball bounces off the bag. Schoenfelder does a good job to corral it here. You got to wonder, it's almost as if Dutton's in his own head here with these 2 runners on, nobody out. Especially given that first runner was on that real slow grounder to third.
And then a walk. So
Just able to beat out the throw, and then obviously the 4 balls for the walk here is Thompson. This time Haynes does go. There will be a throw to second. The throw is high, not in time. They'll check the runner back to third. Also safe at third. That'll put runners on second and third.
On second base.
Good play there from Xander at second to sort of almost charge the ball coming from the catcher to hold the runner at third. That looked like they were going to attempt a double steal there.
yeah, Mitchell at third there was about a third of the way down the base path. And then he had to run the brakes and back to third.
That one fouled back over the third base fan base. That'll bounce its way close to the soccer field fence here at the beautiful Marshalltown Bobcat Sporting Complex. Soccer season over for the Bobcats as they fell in the sub-state for both boys and girls. Dutton now up 0-2. Pitch comes home. It's inside to Thompson. That'll be ball 1. Dutton missed on that one, but now it almost looks like he's relieved that there's not a guy at first. Here he's had a couple nice pitches coming home for foul balls. As I say that, it's ripped into left field. Schoenfelder back at the wall, and that'll one-hop the fence. That'll score 2 as Thompson is in with a double. Hard turn at second.
to be honest with you, I thought that was gone off the pit, or off the grip there. I thought that was going to clear the fence, but instead it ended up double.
Still nobody out here as we'll have a quick mound visit from the infield. Coach Colton Hankey coming in to check on his guy. Here in the second, it's 4-0 now. Ottumwa leading. A couple of 2-run doubles. The first one came in the first inning off the bat of Larkin, the first baseman, Braden Larkin.
Is it
He was pretty
15 after 4
encouraged there.
and 5, 10 after 5?
Yeah.
15 after
15 after
One of the last 3
15 after 3.
batters in the lineup out.
10 after 5.
Instead, 7, 8, 9, 2 of them scored, 9-hole hitters on second base, and top of the order back.
A scary spot to be in here as we get back to the top of the order. Christian Aller, the left fielder, had a single his first at bat. I believe it was maybe even on the first pitch of the game today. Single in the left field as we've got some warm-ups here in the Bobcat bullpen. That is Trenton Gilliland, number 29. So Bobcats warming up in the pen. It will be Dutton.
I always get confused between softball and baseball.
Girls is 15 after.
Yeah.
Or 10
Here
after
for the
5.
Bobcats. Nobody out.
8 after.
Runner on second. Top of the order, Aller up to bat.
They fooled us the
Here
other
for
night.
the
They went
Bulldogs
8
looking to
after
expand
5.
on their 4-0 lead.
Yeah.
Dutton comes home with the first pitch. That one ripped left field. It's hooking foul. And that is very fortunate for the Bobcats as that one nearly gets to the gate down there in the left field corner. Ripped foul from Christian Aller.
You know, I'm pretty new to KFJB-TV, but I wonder how many times when softball and baseball are playing consecutively that a home run or a foul ball over the fence has gotten into the other field from softball and baseball, softball. That's got to be a pretty uncommon thing, but it always happens there.
We've had a couple hard hit balls here so far this season on KFJB-TV as Aller takes the ball high and away for ball 1 to even up the count. Dutton comes home again with this one. It's in the dirt for ball 2. Two and one now the count to the leadoff hitter Aller, the left fielder, the junior for Ottumwa. As that pitch misses outside, Aller, like I said, had a single there in the first inning to left field and then was thrown out at second on that double play. A nice play made, started by Sam Griesel at short.
There you go.
That pitch catches the outside corner. That's the pitch that we've been looking for from Dutton. As now we've got a full count here to Aller.
Dutton really struggled here in the second inning so far, so
Payoff pitch just misses low.
the struggles continue. There's now 2-1 and nobody out.
That's a good pitch and a better take by Aller there. As now runners on first and second.
The pitcher, Dawson Weller.
For the pitcher, Dawson Weller. 2 on, nobody out still for the Ottumwa Bulldogs at the plate. Again up 4-0. Here in the second inning. Dutton comes home. That one ripped past the short baseman into left field. They'll hold the runners to load the bases. As Schoenfelder to Schoenfelder there on the left side of the field. Holds the runner at third, and now we've got big problems here for the Bobcats.
Treacherous territory. Already down 4-0. Bases loaded, nobody out.
Cameron Maneri up to bat, the righty, number 5, had a single to left and then scored on the double in the first inning.
The catcher, Cameron Maneri.
A massive boost to this
Courtesy runner,
lead.
fourth Bulldogs, number
Bases
7,
loaded, still
Nolan
nobody out here
Miller.
for the Bobcats in the top of the second. That one drops in for a strike. There's that off-speed pitch from Dutton.
This is really great.
You always struggle to locate that so far.
How we doing?
That one does miss inside. Count is even at 1 apiece. That one ripped right up the middle. That'll score 1 at least. They'll hold the runner at third. Now they'll send him. That'll score 2. 2 RBIs there from Maneri.
We're going to call that a hit and an error. He stopped at third and only came home because he fumbled the ball in center field.
As we've had time called again. Here with the score 6-0 at Ottumwa.
Second mound visit of the inning. Usually that spells trouble.
Bobcats do have one warming up in the bullpen. It's number 29, Trayton Gilliland. And it looks like he will be coming in here. A rough outing this afternoon for Taven Dutton as Ottumwa scores 6 in 1 inning. As well, leading into the top of the second, but no outs recorded here for the Bobcats. We'll come back with the pitching change right after this on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
Good. Good sportsmanship is also showing high character and accountability, doing what is right and setting a good example not only on the court but in the classroom as well.
This afternoon's first pitching change brought to you by Effington Heating and Cooling. Effington, they're not comfortable until you are. And here we've got, for the Bobcats, pitching number 29, Trayton Gilliland, the sophomore, coming in to relieve Taven Dutton. A rough outing today for the starting pitcher. 1 inning pitched, no outs recorded here in the second. And the Bobcats trail 6-0. 2 runners on, first and second.
For Dutton, his final line, 1 inning plus pitch, 6 runs, 8 hits, 20 strikes, 16 balls for a total of 36 hits.
Defensive changes for the Bobcats. Now playing right field, number 20, Lars Schoenfelder. At third base, number 15, Taven Dutton. Pitching, number 29, Trayton Gilliland. Pitching.
A couple defensive changes here for the Cats with the pitching change. And we'll see Larson come to the
Designated hitter, Quinn Larson.
He got aboard in the first inning on an error from Xander Stupp at second. This time he'll rip one into right field. That'll drop for a base hit. Schoenfelder chases it all the way back to the wall. That'll score 1 at least. They'll wave the runner at third. He'll come home, and that'll be a stand-up triple. Well, he'll slide in anyway. That'll clear the bases, a triple.
He did.
Andy? The guy ahead of the guy that just hit this triple, how did he get on?
Tough turn of events for the
Number
Bobcats.
5, base hit.
Tough turn of events for the Bobcats. I mentioned that
Was that the eighth?
in the bottom of the first inning, you don't want to get into a hole. It's seemed like a Ottumwa, and it's 8-0. So they'll be after it.
First baseman, Braden Larkin.
Not the position you want to be in as Braden Larkin comes to bat. He had the 2-run double in the first inning. accounted for the only 2 runs scored in the first inning, but here it has taken a turn for the worst for the Bobcats. Now 8-0, a 6-piece here in the second inning, and Ottumwa looking for more. Runner on third. There's a strike in there from Gilliland. 1-1 now the count here.
Gilliland, he has 4 appearances, 2/3 innings pitched.
That one misses away, and that'll score the runner from third. 9-0 now the score. Bases empty, still nobody out for the Bobcats.
Wild pitch.
Yep.
Gilliland struggled so far in this inning, and he really has this season. 6 walks and 2 hit batters, only 2 strikeouts, and a 46.25 ERA. Obviously, he's only
catches the outside corner there for strike 2, and the Bobcats just 1 strikeout away from their first out here of the second inning. That one popped up in the infield. Gilliland underneath it. He'll make the play. A foot or so off the mound, and the Bobcats have an out here in the second. Still trail 9-0.
Third baseman, Mason Gravitt.
As Mason Gravitt will come up to bat. He ended the first inning with the strikeout from Dutton.
The other girl was like, maybe they're just jealous of her great design or something. Like, I'm talking about when you did that. Not that right.
First pitch swung on and ripped down the third base line. That'll be a fair ball past the third baseman. That's now Dutton over at third. Throw into second, not quite in time, and Gavitt has himself a double here with 1 out in the second.
It was a very hard hit ball, and if not for Dutton over there at third, I think that could have been 3.
Shortstop, Matthew
10
Mitchell.
hits already for the
Okay.
Bulldogs.
And I understand that you
One of the third innings.
When the Bobcat pitchers are finding the strike zone, the Ottumwa Bulldogs are finding the ball here.
Yeah.
Just making solid contact,
I'm sure there are girls on your team that had no idea.
spattering the ball all over this nice Bobcat field. As that one popped up in the infield here. Shortstop makes the call and will make the play. That's Griesel still at short.
Right. Yeah.
And the Bobcats have found their second out here of the second inning.
Right fielder, Keaton Haynes.
Say, Stacy, do you still need
Keaton Haynes, the right fielder, up to bat.
that you had before?
Huh?
That you were
Always.
looking for? Oh, okay.
Runner on
I
second,
got
2
another
out.
one.
Okay.
My goodies
Here
from
for the
Colorado
Bobcats is
arrived.
Gotcha.
Gilliland
And
tries to
I've
work
got a
himself
brand
out of
new
this
one for
inning.
Nice. Yeah, no, we've
Now the only problem is he pulls the straw,
This is
so
high
you
and
have to
inside
break
there.
out at the top, you know.
Yeah,
On the first
that's all right.
pitch
Is that
to
okay?
Haynes.
Yeah, that
Okay.
works.
I believe the Bulldogs not register that
Alright, that's what I have. Is he'll correct that here. Liner into left field. That'll score 1 as the throw comes home. It's not in time. And there's an RBI single for Haynes to give the Bulldogs double digits here in the top of the second. An 8 spot. Following their 2-run first, it's 10-0. Bulldogs lead it.
Center fielder, Chase Thompson.
The Bulldogs
Hey,
8-0
what-
in conference league.
What network can I get on? MHS guest or?
I would use diamonds.
Thompson, fly ball to left. And the Bobcats will get out of the inning, but not before Ottumwa puts up 8 here in the second. It's 10-0 Bulldogs. The Bobcats a lot of work to do. As you see there, Stalzer and Griesel coming together here as the Bobcats will look to put some runs on the board. We'll see Garrett Tatey coming up first, the catcher, followed by Taven Dutton and Aiden Holmgren
One
here for the Cats. Some guys that you definitely want
For
to
the
see at the
Bulldogs,
plate.
the
Some
top of the
guys
second
who've
inning.
had some success so far this season.
Runner on base. Due up in the bottom of the second for the Bobcats, Katie Dutton.
Katie not quite there yet with the batting average at a .092, but he does have 4 runs scored and 3 RBIs so far this year. Taven Dutton batting .271, 16 runs, 9 RBIs, and 9 steals for Dutton.
And the pass was Diamond 25.
For the Bobcats, I think this rest of this game is finding an improvement. Maybe not that they're going to come back in this game. Finding an improvement.
You're obviously not going to get yourself back into this game with one swing of the bat, down 10-0 here, headed to the bottom of the second. But like you say, just finding those improvements, finding a base runner here and there, just finding contact with the ball, as so far not so much success there for the Cats. Hanky headed out to third base. He'll be delivering signals to the batters for the Bobcats as they try to find some rhythm here in the bottom of the second, trailing 10-0 here to the Ottumwa Bulldogs, who, as we mentioned at the start of the broadcast, coming off a couple of blowout wins. Bobcats, meanwhile, split their doubleheader recently with Lincoln. Some adjustments being made to the bag at first base. Garrett Tatey up here for the Bobcats. First pitch here from Willis. In there for a swinging strike.
Say the password was?
Diamonds with the capital D, 25. No space.
That one in the dirt at the plate. Tatey holds up for the ball. 1-1 now the count. As well as looks to continue his astounding outing so far. He misses outside with that one, and
Really all around, this is very play.
Bobcats yet to find a hit so far. The one base runner that they did find was off of an error by Weller. Just couldn't corral
25, no space.
the tapper from Sam Griesel to lead off the top of the first, as that pitch is in there for a strike. We've got a full count here in the bottom of the second inning. Garrett Tatey, the batter for the Bobcats. Payoff pitch from Weller. In there for a strike on the inside corner. And that's one of those where it feels like it's close enough, you got to swing at it.
Yeah, especially down
Tatey.
Third baseman, number 15,
Now
Taven
we'll
Dutton.
see Taven Dutton come to the plate. His first at-bat of the game. Takes ball one on the outside part of the plate. There we get a look at Taven. Started the day on the mound. Was replaced there in the top of the second inning. He'll swing and miss the pitch on the outside part of the zone. Replaced by Trayton Gilliland there in that top of the second inning. Before recording an out, as he'll rip one up the middle to the shortstop. A nice snag on one hop. Throw over to first is in time. And the clinic from the Bulldogs continues.
6-3 on the putout.
First baseman, number 19.
It's the shortstop,
Holmgren.
Matthew Mitchell, with a nice play on one hop there. You're always scared as an infielder about those bounces, but Mitchell, an excellent play there on one hop at short to get the out at first. As now we'll see Aiden Holmgren take the plate for the Cats. He takes a strike on the first pitch.
It was getting confused.
Second one is low.
Guessed or this one.
One
so
and
I
one
shut the
now
other
the
one
count.
down.
Yep.
Okay.
Let me just guess one.
Yeah. Okay. Now I got network. Let's see what I want to find here.
Weller here looking to get out of the inning clean once again. He misses low though. And now Holmgren ahead in the count 3-1.
Weller in this second inning, the first 7 balls he's thrown.
3-1 pitch. Just misses. And the Bobcats have a base runner as Holmgren draws the walk. Also bring up the designated hitter, Gavin Freiberg. He'll be batting for Luke Stalzer, the center fielder, excuse me. Freiberg so far just 1 hit on the year. Now would be a big time to find the second. As he takes a big cut and misses there on the opening pitch from Weller, 0-1. 2 outs here for Weller in the second as Ottumwa looks to hold the Bobcats off of the score sheet. That throw back to first from Weller, not in time to check the runner Holmgren. He'll come home with this one, the 0-1 pitch in the dirt. Holmgren takes off for second, no throw.
Stolen base.
Even though the guy dropped it.
I'll run in front of the Bobcats. See if they can capitalize on it. They weren't able to capitalize on it first.
Friesel advanced on the sacrifice bunt in the first inning to get to second base. Now the Bobcats here with 2 outs. Find a runner on second again. That pitch misses low and away for Freiberg, and now 2-1 the count.
Felt so bad. Really bad. They should have killed me.
Pitch here from Weller. Comes home, Freiberg fouls it back to the backstop. Just underneath of that one. 2-2 now the count here. Weller looking to get out of the inning. Bobcats looking to bring home just their second base runner of the day.
Good luck.
2-2 pitch from Weller.
We're selling everything that's up
Fouled
there.
up the third base side. That'll get out of play.
I love her. She's such a sweetheart.
Nothing for the first baseman there as it gets back to the stands.
To the left, we're going to keep Stewart last week during
Head on a swivel out there, not just on the cameras. Our Keith does a great job of that. 2-2 pitch here for Freiberg. Freiberg staying alive here. That one will foul off the third base side.
making Weller work here.
Finding contact, just got to get it straightened out here as Freiberg continues to battle 2-2. Another 2-2 from Weller. That is in there for a strike on the upper part of the zone. Another one, you feel like if it's close enough like that, you got to swing at it. The Bobcats do not there as Weller gets two strikeouts in the bottom of the second. The Bobcats strand another as they trail 2-0. We'll see the Ottumwa Bulldogs come to bat again, up 10 and looking for more right here on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
In Iowa, we are fortunate to have a lot of opportunities to get involved in at our schools.
Athletics and activities have so many positive effects. from learning how to build relationships
and healthy lifestyles,
and gain self-esteem and confidence.
Make participation a priority. You and your school will benefit.
Welcome back in to Bobcat Baseball on KFJB-TV. David Braga alongside Elijah Bond here as the Ottumwa Bulldogs off to a rip-roaring start here in Marshalltown, up 10-0 over the Cats, 8 runs in the second inning for the visitors, as we'll see the top of the order for the Bulldogs here in the third.
Leading off the top of the third inning for the Bulldogs, the left fielder, Christian Howard.
Still pitching here for the Cats is Trayton Gilliland, as he throws a strike in there to Aller to lead off the third. That one ripped into right. It'll one hop in front of Schoenfelder, who's moved over from left following the pitching change, and that'll be another base hit here for the Bulldogs.
The pitcher, Dawson Weller.
Dawson Weller now at the plate. Aller on first. Gilliland will come home with the first pitch. That'll be low. Ball one. (2-0) now the count as Gilliland misses low and away. 1 on, nobody out here in the top of the third. Aller with the leadoff single into right field for the Bulldogs as Trey finds the strike zone there, top of the zone to to Weller. 2-1 now the count. Runner goes, that's a strike. Throw to second is late. That'll be a stolen base for Christian Aller, and 2-2 now the count here to the pitcher, Dawson Weller.
Trey, one more, bud. Go get him, Trey.
2-2 pitch swung on. That's into center field. Right fielder makes the call. No tag at second, and the Bobcats have their first out here in the top of the third.
It's a nice at bat there for Gilliland. Able to battle and get that out.
Even with the runner advancing to second on the steal, nice to see him settle in, find a couple strikes in there, including the one that advanced the runner, and then getting the pop out there into shallow right center, as we'll see Maneri come up to bat. Pair of singles and a pair of runs so far. Swung on and missed. Catcher Cameron Maneri certainly looking to do some more damage with that first swing, as the second pitch is low and away for ball one.
Softball just to the left of the baseball field here, as the Bobcat softball team is facing the Bulldogs in a doubleheader.
Softball picked up a couple nice wins. Got the bats going as Maneri takes a ball inside. We'd seen the starts of some Bobcat hitting over there on the softball diamond last week, and they certainly put it together here to start this week. And we'll have them tomorrow here on KFJB-TV as Bobcat baseball looks to get out of the top of the third here. 1 on, 1 out, as Gilliland will step off the mound here. 2-1, the count to Cameron Maneri. Pitch in there for a second swinging strike. And just like that, Gilliland 1 strike away from out number 2 here in the top of the third. Haller still at second here. A nice lead off from him. Swung on and missed from Maneri. And Gilliland has his first strikeout of the afternoon. A big one. As now we'll see Larson up to bat, the designated hitter.
Super 2, and he's halfway to the cycle, sitting on a triple.
Ball 1 outside there from Gilliland. One and 0 the count here, 2 outs, top of the third for the Bobcats, trailing 10-0 here against the Ottumwa Bulldogs. As that pitch also, that one catches the outside corner.
It looked like about the same spot as the first pitch.
Did. As we mentioned earlier at the top of the broadcast, Ottumwa yet to drop a game here in Iowa Alliance Conference play. The Bobcats yet to find one in the win column. So a big matchup here as time is called at the plate. Larson steps back in. 1-1 the count. Pitch comes home. That one up into the third base line, and it's tailing foul, and it'll drop behind the third baseman. That is Taven Dutton over there at third now, following him leaving the mound in the second inning. And Gilliland finding the strike zone a lot better here in the third, as he's now up 1-2 here with 2 outs on the batter Larson. One-two pitch from Gilliland comes home, and it's swung on, a ground ball to second base. Play is made at first by the Bobcat infield, and they hold Ottumwa to 0 runs in the top of the third. A big defensive stand for the Bobcats as they hold Ottumwa scoreless.
For the Bobcats here, I think it's more the same as the second inning was. Fighting those small improvements, getting runners on base, and seeing if they can capitalize on those.
As we'll see the bottom of the order come up here for the Bobcats. Dawson Weller remains on the mound for the Bulldogs, looking to continue this shutout. Bobcats have had a couple base runners, one on an error and one on a walk. One each in the first and second innings so far today. Weller so far on the day 3 strikeouts. As we will see the pitcher Trayton Gilliland take the plate first here for the Bobcats in the bottom of the third. First offering here from Weller, swung on and missed. In there for strike 1 to his opposition on the mound. A 1 pitch into Gilliland, another swinging strike.
Weller has just been cruising out there on the bump.
That one is slow chopper off the mound. It'll be an awkward play for the shortstop. Throw is made, and it's offline. And the Bobcats will have another base runner here as we start the bottom of the third. Gilliland beats out the throw that was a little bit offline anyway.
And they're calling it an error on the shortstop. I would think with the bump off the mound there that it'd be enough to call it a base hit, but they're calling it E6.
With that rule, Bobcats still without a hit here in the third, but they do have their third base runner of the game. As we'll see Sam Griesel come up. He reached on an error in the first in the leadoff spot. A short chopper that Weller just couldn't quite snag. Charging the plate there from the pitcher's mound. 0-1 the count here to Griesel. Swung on and missed from the Bobcat shortstop.
Weller is doing a great job on the mound of changing up his pitch selection from fastball changeup to off speed.
A lot of variance both in pitch and location as that one just misses outside. Griesel lets it go and it'll be a ball. 1-2 now the count to the shortstop with Gilliland on first following the E6. Griesel lays off, pitch low and outside. It'll be 2-2 now. Looks like we've got one warming up here in the Bulldog bullpen. May check with that here in a moment as Weller swinging strike there on Griesel. And that'll be his fourth strikeout of the afternoon. There's Nolan Heller warming up in the pen. I was a little bit ahead of the game there.
Well, in your defense, they do have similar last names, but Weller on the bump now, Heller in the bullpen.
Dawson Weller remains the pitcher here for Lars Schoenfelder.
I wonder if Heller in the bullpen for the Bulldogs has any connection to Rick Heller, the Iowa baseball head coach.
It's a good question. A lot better than my 10 joke, 10 question during the softball game last week. Lars Schoenfelder swings and misses. 0-2 now the count. Here for the Bobcat third baseman / right fielder.
It's interesting that here at the Bobcats field that the bullpens are inside the fences here. Most of the time the bullpens are outside of the fences.
As that pitch misses high and away. I've always thought that was interesting because they're just foul ball territory.
You see that sometimes at minor league parks, like in Des Moines at the Principal Park, home of the Iowa Cubs, that the bullpens are inside of the fences, but then you have to have someone out there watching for foul balls, and it's just I don't know that that's worth it.
Schoenfelder strikes out there on a pitch low. Swing and a miss as now we'll have Xander Stupp come aboard. We've got a courtesy runner there at first, number 37, Jaden Miller, taking over for Gilliland. As Stupp takes a first pitch low and away for ball one. Weller checks it first, and he'll make the throw over. Not in time. Jaden Miller, the courtesy runner, over at first as Weller comes home with this one. Swung on and missed by Xander Stupp. Weller, the 1-1 pitch. Swung on and tipped into the catcher's mitt. In for a strike. Bobcats down to their last strike here in the third. 1-2 the count. Runner on first is Miller. Here comes the pitch from Weller. Swung on and missed. And the Bobcats once again find a leadoff runner but cannot advance and cannot find the scoreboard. That'll do it for the bottom of the third. We'll head to the fourth as Ottumwa leads it 10-0 right here on your home for the Cads, KFJB-TV.
And Sandvik drills one to right field. Backing up is the right fielder over her head. Griesel's going to come home, and that will get the Bobcats on the board again.
Your home for the Bobcats, KFJB-TV. Streaming all year on YouTube.
Welcome back to Bobcat Baseball. Marshalltown trails Ottumwa 10-0 as we head to the fourth. It was a struggle start for the Bobcats, giving up 2 in the first and 8 in the second, but held the Bulldogs scoreless in the third. Pitcher Trayton Gilliland replaced Taven Dutton there in that second inning and pitched a shutout third.
No matter what happens in this top of the fourth inning, the Bobcats will need at least 1 run in the fourth or in their half of the fourth to stay alive.
Braden Larkin will lead it off here for the Bulldogs. A 2-run double to start the scoring in the first. He then flew out to the pitcher's mound, and this one there'll be a play down the first base line, but just unable to make the snag there. Is Aiden Holmgren now at first base following that pitching change. 0-1 here, the count for Larkin as he swings on this one. A sharp grounder to short. Griesel just unable to make the play. So that'll make its way all the way to the left fielder who will come to second. Hold the runner at first, and Larkin has his second base hit of the afternoon.
Solid contact there from Larkin. A sharp grounder. And he gets on base for the Bulldogs.
Mason Gravitt up to bat here for the Bulldogs. Larkin on first. They'll check the runner at first. Throw was late there from Gilliland. Bobcat pitchers make a good habit of checking that first base runner as this one flown out into center field. Stalzer makes the play.
A long run there for Stalzer, so.
Excuse me, that's 20 Lars Schoenfelder out there in center now. Stalzer's moved over to left. Nice play there from Schoenfelder. Hard charge into shallow center to make that play.
Not sure he needed the slide there, but nice to add it for effect anyway.
First out recorded here in the fourth. Gilliland comes home, misses wide. That'll advance the runner to second. That's a couple wild pitches here so far today from the Bobcats. A couple from Dutton earlier to start the game, and now here one from Gilliland in the fourth. 1-0 the count now. got a balk called here from the second base umpire, and that'll advance the runner to third. Didn't quite catch what happened other than the center or the second base umpire calling the balk.
Yeah, I didn't see much there for a balk because it looked like Gilliland was just getting back on the bump there, but obviously the second base umpire has a better view on it than we do.
Comes home with a pitch there and misses low to make it 2-0 the count. As Gilliland comes set here on the 2-0 pitch. That one misses in. 3-0 now here, the count to Mitchell. Matthew Mitchell, the shortstop, has a single and a run so far in this game to go along with a stolen base. As Gilliland catches the outside corner with that one. Mitchell taking all the way on that 3-0.
Bit of unwritten rule in baseball, take on a 3-0 and a blowout.
That one misses in. It'll get away from the catcher. Runner stays at third, and we'll have runners on the corners with one out. Right fielder Haynes up to bat. Walked and scored a run in the first. Then had a base hit in the second. Now back up here in the fourth with runners on the corners and one out. Bobcats did have a double play made in the top of the first inning. Would do well to get a second one here. Runner goes. Throw from Gilliland was late there to second. And probably one of the easier steals that Mitchell's going to get.
Seems like the dugout and the infield was yelling at Gilliland to step off, or did just a tad bit too late, and the throw was late.
Infield in here for the Cats as Mitchell gets hit. He'll take first. And now we've got the bases loaded here for Gilliland with the center fielder Thompson up to bat. We'll have a meeting at the mound here. Nobody warming up in the Bobcat bullpen. Colton Hankey coming out to check on his guys at the mound here. As the Bobcat dugout runs some water out to our officials and our umpires. Long day here in the heat here in Marshalltown. High of 92, I believe, today.
When I left my house at about 3 o'clock, the heat index was cresting about 100.
Certainly a hot one here, and Bobcats feeling the heat of this Ottumwa offense. 10-0 here in the fourth. 13 hits recorded for the Bulldogs to go along with those 10 runs. And they're looking for a lot more here. Bases loaded with just one out. As now we do have a warm-up here in the Bobcat bullpen. I believe that was Gavin Freiberg.
I want to say that you're correct. Take a look at the Alliance Conference standings in the South Division. It's Ottumwa at 8-0 with Des Moines Roosevelt at second place, Des Moines East in third at 2-4, Lincoln in fourth at 1-3, in the North and fifth at 0-5. In the North, it's Ames at 8-0, Fort Dodge.
Didn't mean to cut you off there, Elijah, but we've got a rocket to left field. Catch is made, sacrifice fly. As that throw gets way over the head of the third baseman, will advance the runner to third and second. And on the throw to second, the run will come home. 2 runs will score, 1 out recorded, and then on the throw, runner advances to second.
That's a brutal sequence for the Bobcats. I think Gilliland there just needs to hold on to that ball.
Especially when you've airmailed the throw to third already. You don't want to make it any worse, as now 12-0 is the score. Bobcats now 2 outs. Trayton Gilliland on the mound here for the Cats. Runner on second, 2 outs here for Gilliland as the Bobcats look to get out of the fourth. That one swung on, fouled straight back. It's not going to clear the fence, but it will drop there in front of Tatey.
For a second there, I thought I was coming through this.
Make a play here in the up in the stands. We've had a couple come close this year so far.
Should have brought my glove.
That was always the best as a kid, going down to the I-Cubs games. Always got to bring your baseball glove. Remember, I got a glove signed by Felix P.A. Don't know if he ever did too much, but remember that.
He did something for you. So
he did something for me, and that's what matters. As Gilliland misses inside there on the 0-1 count to even it up at 1 apiece. Cats trailing 12-0. Runner on second here for the Bulldogs. And it has been a round robin of who's going to get the next hit as time is called here at the plate. 13 so far recorded for the Bulldogs. They've gone through the lineup three times here in 4 innings. Mostly that second inning where they scored 8 to really put this game out of reach early on, as another one misses inside. 2-1 now the count.
I'm going to date you here a little bit, David.
Yeah.
Felix P.A. played 2 seasons for Iowa, 2006 and 2007.
There you go.
I was born in 2007.
Oh, God. I'm not that old, I swear. As Gilliland looking to come home on the 2-1 pitch. That one, short ground ball to first. It's an awkward play at first. It's not made in time. And Christian Aller is aboard here in the fourth on just an awkward ground ball down the first base line. Deep enough to get the first baseman off the bag, but not so deep that he can make it back in time. And the Bulldogs have runners on the corners here once again in the fourth.
Everything's going their way, and it has since the second inning.
Just enough spin on that ground ball to hold it far enough away from the first baseman, Holmgren, as first pitch here, swung on into center. Schoenfelder's made one nice play today, and he'll make the routine fly ball out to get Ottumwa off the plate here in the fourth. Bobcats trailing 12-0, and
they need at least 3 runs.
I believe they'll need at least 3, yes, here in the fourth. And it has been a hard time getting base runners, let alone runs, here in this 12-0 ball game. Bobcats have had 3 make it on, but have not found a hit or a run yet. Starting to think it might be us, Elijah. We called our first softball game, and Bobcats got no hit, and so far getting no hit here as we enter the bottom of the fourth here against Ottumwa for baseball.
I think we have a pitching change for the Bulldogs. I'm going to assume that is Nolan Heller. It is Nolan Heller, the senior. 3 games played, 1 start, 1-0 record, 5 in the 3rd innings pitched. Opposing batting average of .091, 1 earned run, 4 walks, 1 hit batter, an ERA of 1.31.
So what you're saying is it doesn't get any easier for the Bobcats at the plate here with this pitching change, as Nolan Heller enters the game for Ottumwa. make sure I get my names correct. I thought he was starting the game. Turns out it was Dawson Weller. Been a successful outing so far for the Ottumwa pitchers. 5 Ks for Dawson Weller through 3 innings, including striking out the last 2, Griesel and Lars Schoenfelder. As we'll see number 30, JJ Schoenfelder.
I can't find if Nolan Heller is related to Rick Heller in any way. I do apologize to Dylan Doze for stepping on his bit in Game 2 with Brandon Lewis.
I'm sure he'll make a point of that as we work our way into Game 2. Swing and a miss there from Schoenfelder here at the plate as the Bobcats need a few to keep this game going. Nolan Heller in to pitch for the Bulldogs. 0-1 the count. He'll come home, swing and a miss again. Strike 2 here, 0-2 the count.
Part of having a second pitcher come into the game is that adjustment period. Well, the Bobcats don't get that adjustment period.
They certainly do not, as 3 straight strikes, 3 straight swings and misses from Schoenfelder, and the pitches keep coming and the strikeouts keep adding up here for the Bobcat hitters, as we'll see Garrett Tatey, who struck out in his previous at-bat. That was in the 2nd inning. He'll take ball 1 here. That one up the middle. Tough play for the second baseman, and that'll get through. The Bobcats have a base runner again.
Calling that a hit. Fingers crossed.
Sounds like they are going to give it a hit here. So the Bobcats will not get no hit here in Game 1.
So are we the bad look or are we not the bad look?
I don't know. Maybe it's just
me. They got a hit.
Maybe it's just me. As now we'll see Taven Dutton up to bat. He'll take a pitch high for ball 1. That pitch misses low and away. Garrett Tatey on first, following the base hit up the middle. 3-0 now the count here, as Taven Dutton looks to add himself to the base runner list here in Game 1 of a doubleheader. Taking all the way on 3-0 as it's in there for a strike. The 3-1 pitch to Dutton, swung on. That's a ground ball to third. He'll look to second, turning to first. Not in time. Certainly close.
Bobcats stay alive for now.
We'll have a fielder's choice there for Dutton as he reaches. Tatey thrown out at second.
First baseman, Aiden Holmgren.
Aiden Holmgren up for the Bobcats. Two outs here for the Bobcats in what could be the final inning of Game 1. Trailing 12-0. 1-0 the count here to Holmgren. They'll check to first. Throw not in time as Dutton gets back to the bag. Aiden Holmgren at the plate, swung on and missed.
Bobcats down their last strike.
12-0 your score. Bobcats down to their last strike, as you say, here in game one of the doubleheader. Aiden Holmgren at the plate. He'll take outside for ball 2. And he'll look to extend this game as long as he can at the plate. That pitch misses low and in the dirt. Full count now here for Aiden Holmgren.
Ooh.
Oh, tough call there on the outside corner. Dutton was going anyway on the full count, as it is 12-0. And it looks like Bobcats are taking the field here, so it must be 15 runs. So we'll be back for the 5th here on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
In Iowa, we are fortunate to have a lot of opportunities to get involved in at our schools.
Athletics and activities have so many positive effects. From learning how to build relationships
and healthy lifestyles,
and gain self-esteem and confidence.
make participation a priority. You and your school will benefit.
Welcome back for the 5th inning here at the Bobcat Baseball Diamond at Marshalltown High School. The Ottumwa Bulldogs lead it 12-0. Run rule is 15 after 4, 12 after 5. So the Bobcats do have this 5th inning to try to corral a couple of runs to extend the game, as we will continue to see Trayton Gilliland on the mound here for the Cats. And really, aside from the end of that 2nd inning, he's done a relatively good job on the mound limiting what Ottumwa's offense has done.
Yeah, he struggled there in the 4th inning a bit, but for the most part, he's done a pretty good job on the mound.
Here to lead off the 5th inning. Pitch low and in the dirt, as it'll be Maneri. 1-0 pitch here in there for a strike. We talked in softball a lot, Elijah, about just limiting that big inning. And I mean, really here, maybe Ottumwa's let their foot off the gas, but really other than that 2nd inning, you're looking at a 4-0 ball game right now.
Yeah, it's been a theme that the team that the Bobcats have faced that we've covered. They use that big inning, and for Ottumwa on Monday, it was an 11-run 4th inning in game 1. So it really is about limiting that big inning. And, well, in the 2nd inning, it was 8 runs. And like you said, other than that, it'd be a 4-run game.
3-1 now the count following a strike and a ball here to Maneri. That pitch catches the inside corner. Maneri tossed his bat back to the dugout thinking it was ball 4. The umpire had
Must
other
have been pretty
ideas.
confident in that. And
I was going to say, there's the pitcher. You want to punish that, but Maneri gets a hold of the next pitch into left center and is aboard with a single. courtesy runner coming in. That's number 12, Tyler Schaus. As there you see Tyler at first base in for Maneri.
15 hits for the Bulldogs this far. This is a clinic in all facets of the game, limiting the Bobcats to 1 hit this far and off the scoreboard.
Gillen taking his time, and as such, we have time called at the plate. Number 11, Larson, at the plate. Runner goes, and that one's a ground ball to third. There'll be no play at second. Throw over to first is in time, but mishandled on the hop. And that'll advance the runner to third, and we've got runners on the corners. Nobody out here for the Bulldogs. Up 12-0 and looking for more. First baseman Larkin
definite danger
to the plate. He drove home 2 in the opening inning, then had a leadoff single last inning for the Bulldogs. He got the scoring going in the first and scored the only 2, or drove home the only 2 runs in that first inning to make it 2-0. And it's been all Ottumwa since then, as that one catches the inside corner. And Larkin looked like he couldn't believe that call. That's the second one on that inside corner that Ottumwa may not have agreed with.
Well, I think when they're on the mound, that pitch has been called the ball most of the time, so they get it called the strike when they're hitting.
0-1 count, runner goes, and that one hits the batter Larkin, and that'll load him up here with nobody out in the 5th inning. And the pitching struggles have returned for the Bobcats, as there you see Larkin taking his base. And we'll have a meeting at the mound here.
Another makings of another big inning for the Bulldogs.
Colton Hankey coming out to the mound. It looks like somebody's waiting to come out of the dugout, and there we go. That'll do it for our second pitcher, Trayton Gilliland. We will come back for yet another Bobcat pitching change in the top of the 5th. Ottumwa up 12-0 right here on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
And Sandvik drills one to right field. Backing up is the right fielder over her head. Griesel's going to come home, and that will get the Bobcats on the board again.
Your home for the Bobcats, KFJB-TV. Streaming all year on YouTube.
Welcome back to KFJB-TV. We've got another pitching change brought to you by Ethington Heating and Cooling. Ethington, they're not comfortable until you are. Well, Trayton Gilliland finishes up his stint on the mound, and coming in to relieve him, Gavin Freiberg for the Bobcats. It's been a bit of a struggle for him on the mound so far this season. 4 1/3 innings pitched, a 16 ERA. 11 walks and no strikeouts yet recorded. And boy, he's got quite the tough position to battle out of here, as Ottumwa has the bases loaded with nobody out, already up 12-0 here in the top of the 5th inning, as game 1 of the doubleheader has rapidly gotten out of hand for the Bobcats, as Ottumwa puts up 8 in the second to really put this game away. 2 in both the first and fourth innings, and now here in the fifth, looking to put up yet another crooked number as Freiberg steps into the mound. It's the shortstop, the third baseman, Mason Gravitt, up to bat here for the Bulldogs. That throws behind him, and Tatey will chase it back to the backstop. Runners will advance, and that'll make it 13-0. Another wild pitch today from a Bobcat pitcher. I believe that's now 4.
I agree, yeah. And it's been a struggle in that department. I mean, this entire game's been a struggle for the Bobcats.
Freiberg, the 1-0 count here. Comes home. That one swung on, ripped foul down the third base line, right into the Ottumwa bullpen. Thankfully, nobody warming up over there for the Bulldogs. That's the second or third hard hit ball we've seen over down that third base line here from the Dogs. Freiberg, the 1-1 count, will come home with this one, and that'll miss high. 2-1 now the count.
On our scoreboard, it's the Ottumwa Bulldogs and the Marshalltown Bobcats. So, my question to you, David, are you more of a dog person or a cat person?
Well, tonight I'm more of a cat person. But I would say at home I'm definitely more of a dog person. We do have a dog at home, little Piper. As Freiberg misses low and away to make it 2-1. That one misses inside, and that'll reload the bases on the walk. Still nobody out here in the top of the fifth. Ottumwa leading it 13-0. As there we see Gravitt, who has made his way down the first base line to first base.
I think for the Bulldogs, it's just a matter of time before this inning blows up.
Shortstop Matthew Mitchell in. That one catches the outside corner for a strike from Gavin Freiberg.
Correction, the batter for the Bulldogs, number 7, Nolan Heller.
That one swung on and missed. Fouled up to the third base side, and the play is made. I want to correct myself again. That was 7, not 17 at the plate, so that was the pitcher Heller. Nolan Heller at the plate, looking to help out his own cause. But popped up the third base side, and play was made over there by Taven Dutton. And the Bobcats have their first out of the fifth inning. Bases still loaded here. Freiberg comes home. That pitch in the dirt, but swung on and missed by the right fielder, Haynes. Haynes, a walk, a single, and a hit by pitch so far today, so he's reached base in 3 different ways. Also scored a run in the second inning, part of that 8-run second that we keep bringing up as the big difference maker here in this one, as Ottumwa leads at 13-0. Bases loaded, 1 out, 1-1 pitch here for Freiberg. That one swung on, fouled to the first base side. They'll have another play in foul territory. This one just beyond the outstretched arms of the first baseman, Holmgren. Very close to making that second out for the Bobcats, but unfortunately just outside the outstretched reach of the glove on the left hand there. 1-2 now the count. So we get a replay here from our very own Keith Stewart. Doing a great job down that first base side for us, as always. As that pitch misses the zone here, 2-2 now. Freiberg comes home. That one got him on the outside corner. Gavin Freiberg, first strikeout of the season for Freiberg as he gets him looking on the outside corner. Haynes goes down, and now it's Thompson up to bat, the center fielder. Chase Thompson. Bobcats looking to work their way out of this bases loaded jam here, just giving up one so far here in the fifth. If you remember, there was bases loaded, nobody out just a few minutes ago. That one misses. Oh, it catches the outside corner.
Nice frame there.
Great job there by Tatey behind the plate, helping his pitcher out a little bit on that outside corner. 1-1. Fouled back to the backstop, and there you see the effects of that framing by Tatey. That pitch again on the outside part of the plate. Thompson, knowing that that was just called a strike,
he's got to swing.
Has to put a bat to it and ends up fouling it to the backstop. 1-2, and the Bobcats one strike away here from limiting the damage to just one. As that one gets over the second baseman, the hit from Thompson drops in front of the right fielder. Ottumwa will send a second runner, and he'll make it home with ease. Another 2 runs come home for the Bulldogs on the single from Chase Thompson, the center fielder. As we get a look here, Thompson swinging through it there on a pitch up in the zone. Got a nice piece of it over the second baseman's head in front of the right fielder. And the Bulldogs continue to extend their lead. Now a 3 spot here in the 5th inning, up 15-0. That pitch misses high here to the leadoff man, Christian Aller. 2 singles, a steal, a walk, and a run so far for Aller today. As Freiberg goes back to second to check the runner. Makes it back in time. Gavitz over there at second, or on second, I should say. Freiberg comes home. Another one on the outside corner, catches it for a strike.
Another good frame there by Tatey.
1-1 now the count here for Freiberg on the mound. He'll come home here with the 1-1. That one misses high, gets away from Tatey. That'll advance the runners to second and third. And again, another pitch gets behind the plate. Is now 2-1 the count. To get a look there, Thompson standing on second base, the most recent base hit here for the Bulldogs. Drove home 2 here as the most recent batter. Freiberg here on the 2-1. Comes home with it, a swing and a miss.
Looks like a slider.
Looked like the umpire gave a foul tip there. Aller gets a piece of it, but not enough as Tatey maintains possession. 2-2 now the count here. Bobcats again 1 strike away. That one again gets away from Tatey, low and in the dirt on the outside part of the plate. That'll bring home run number 16. And the count is now full here to Aller. We've seen this a couple times with Bobcat pitchers, both in baseball and in softball, getting ahead in the count and just not quite being able to find that third strike. As now Freiberg has to work through a full count, and that one misses up and away. And Aller draws his second walk of the game.
I think one of the most imperative points in a baseball game is to get ahead in these counts, and the Bobcats, in the last 2 weeks that we've covered here on KFJB-TV, we haven't seen that in the majority of the at-bats. The pitcher will get ahead and then they'll fall behind in a full count situation and give up a walk, give up a hit, or something to that effect.
Runners on the corners here now for Freiberg. He comes home with it. That one fouled back straight to us and over our heads.
If I had my glove, I'd be able to make that catch.
We've had a couple here come back to us here in this one. So there you get a look at Aller on first base there. That one misses wide, and good adjustment there from Tata to make sure that we don't have another wild pitch run come home. One and one here, the count for Freiberg. 2 outs in the top of the 5th. That one misses high. Ottumwa up 16-0 here. Reminder that this is just game 1 of a doubleheader here. So we'll have Brandon Lewis and Dylan Doze on the call for game 2. As game 1 here looks to be wrapping up with the Bobcats trailing 16-0 in the 5th inning. Count 3-1 here for the batter Weller sitting at the plate. Swung on and missed there. Count now full. And another opportunity here for Freiberg to get out of the inning.
He's had a couple of these opportunities in this inning so far. See if he can find a way to capitalize on one.
Freiberg, the payoff pitch here in the 5th. Popped up here to the right side of the field. First baseman makes the call and makes the play. That's Aiden Holmgren over at first. And the Bobcats do get out of the inning, but not before Ottumwa puts up 4 more as they grow their lead to 16-0. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th here. The Bobcats need a handful, one might say, as they trail it 16-0. Just 1 hit so far for the Bobcats. Production of today's game made possible by the Home Rental Center in Marshalltown. NeedItRentIt.net. Bobcats, like I said, just 1 hit so far today, and they'll need probably a few more if they want to extend this game. Just a few.
Well, what do you count as a few, David?
A lot. Let's be real.
17?
17, maybe. Maybe. It'll remain Heller out there on the mound for the Bobcats. It's been a struggle both offensively and defensively here today for the Bobcats. Looks like it'll be Freiberg to lead us off here in the bottom of the 5th inning, as Colton Hankey makes the jog around behind home plate over to his third base coach's box. Gavin Freiberg, the pitcher, will lead us off here in the bottom of the 5th. Bobcats down to their last inning. Freiberg fouls that one back over the first base foul line. Almost made it there to the parking lot through the fence back there over the right field side. 0-1 pitch here from Heller, excuse me. Swung on and missed. And the count is quickly 0-2 here to the current Bobcat pitcher, Gavin Freiberg. 0-2 pitch drops in there for strike 3. We saw that pitch a few times early going from Taven Dutton. And Nolan Heller executes it to perfection here, catching the top of the zone for the first out here in the bottom of the 5th. Comes right back with the fastball here to number 10, Cooper McLeod. 0-1 here, the count to McLeod. That one in there for a strike, and that's 5 straight for Heller here in the bottom of the 5th. Bobcats have seen the strikes. Now they got to put the bat to them. There, McLeod fouls one to the backstop, just underneath it there on the 0-2 count. Swing and a miss out in front of it as McLeod goes down swinging, and that'll bring up Sam Griesel here for the Bobcats.
Heller working quite quick in the bottom of the 5th inning.
Griesel reached in the first on an error by the opening starting pitcher, Dawson Weller. We'll see if he can do anything here in the bottom of the 5th. That one in there for a strike, and again, just perfect execution here in the bottom of the 7th by Nolan Heller. Looking to make quick work of the final Bobcats here, as that one does just miss high. First ball he's thrown so far, this bottom of the 5th. Heller the 1-1, that'll miss low and away. The 2-1 pitch here from Heller misses high, and Griesel ahead in the count 3-1. Looking to find himself on base for the second time today. As that's a sharply hit ground ball. Another excellent play by the Ottumwa infield, and that'll do it. The third baseman, makes the nice play there. Third baseman, Gavitt. That's the second nice play we've seen on a hop. Those hops are always tough to handle by the infield, but Ottumwa made quick work of both of them. And that'll do it for game 1 of the doubleheader. Ottumwa takes it 16-0. Marshalltown registers just 1 hit, while Ottumwa tallies 16, 2-4 in the error category. You're watching Bobcat Baseball on KFJB-TV. We'll be back for game 2. Brandon Lewis and Dylan Doe's on the call. We will see you in just a few moments.
Bobcat Athletics on KFJB-TV is made possible by Assured Partners, Greg Young of Marshalltown, Lennox Employees Credit Union, Marshalltown Area Chamber, Marshalltown Community College, McGregor's Furniture and Mattress, Sports Plus, Wayward Social, Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown, Marshalltown School District, Scooters of Marshalltown, Legends American Grill, Sandvik Enterprises in Marshalltown, Your Marshalltown Hy-Vee, and State Farm, Tyler Pashong Agency.
Safety! Dropped in the end zone. It's Niehaus. Feldman, that one will get in. That's a good point right there. A shot coming here. That's a goal. Lifted to left center field. Gets off the warning track into the wall. Transition 3. Boom! Knocks that one down. And it's a goal. What a beautiful play. Dutton, look what I found over the first. It's a 3-on-1 all the way. Yes! There he goes.
Your home for the Bobcats, KFJB-TV.
Well, the Ottumwa Bulldogs have taken care of the Bobcats now 8 times in a row since 2019. Bobcats will look to turn the tide in game number 2 of our doubleheader right here on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV. Griesel's going to come home, and that will get the Bobcats on the board, and it's a stand-up double for Xander Stump. Well, Welcome into the second game of our doubleheader. I'm Brandon Lewis, Dylan Dose alongside me tonight as Keith Stewart, Elijah Bond on camera crew. Our producer tonight is David Braga. And really make no bones about it, Bobcats got rocked in game number 1 early on in that game, and were able to recover, only came away with 1 hit there. This is a really good pitching team, a team in the Ottumwa Bulldogs that has a sub-3 ERA coming into tonight.
That's almost unheard of at the high school level. They haven't lost in the Iowa Alliance South. They come out. They're also at points able to put a good bat on the ball as well. But it really came down for the Cats. It was that second inning. It was that whenever you put Frosty up in an inning, you're gonna struggle. Given up, it was 10-0 after 2, and the Cats really struggled to get anything going. You mentioned the 1 hit, and that was off a glove right up the middle. Nothing was hit very hard anywhere. Cats are going to have to get those bats to have a little bit of life here in the bottom half of this twin bill.
Garrett Tate will get the bump here tonight in game number 2. What are you looking out of him?
It comes down to we haven't seen him pitch a ton. He had some spot pitching last year as an 8th grader. This year, 1/3 of an inning, 126 ERA. So what you're looking for is don't be anything you're not. You're looking at don't be anything you're not. Seeing Garrett as he's grown up, he's kind of that coach's dream. He does what he's supposed to do. And I think that's what you look for here tonight. Throw strikes, trust your defense behind you, and really go. Because, again, he hasn't pitched much at all this year, so there isn't a whole lot of tape to go by.
We'll let Dylan keep working with his calculator as he breaks down the numbers here tonight. Coming up, it is our Cat Connection, all presented by State Farm, Tyler Prashong Agency in Marshalltown. This is Bobcat Baseball. You're watching KFJB-TV.
The right insurance agent can make all the difference. Assured Partners agents represent multiple insurance companies. They can pick and choose from a larger variety of outstanding insurance options. Assured Partners also handles life and health insurance and Medicare supplement coverage. With access to local, regional, and national insurance companies, Assured Partners will create policies tailored to the coverage you need. For more information, go online to assuredpartners.com/Marshalltown. Power through partnership with Assured Partners in Marshalltown, Toledo, and West Des Moines.
At Greg Young Automotive, we go the extra mile for our customers across Iowa. Why do customers choose us and keep coming back? Because our commitment to exceptional service and satisfaction never wavers. With our extensive network of dealerships throughout Iowa, we leverage unbeatable pricing and offer a better inventory selection than other dealerships. Visit any of our 6 locations across the state and experience the Greg Young difference, where we'll go the extra mile for you.
The Cat Connection, sponsored by State Farm, mtownproud.com.
It is our Cat Connection, all brought to you by Tyler Prashong, State Farm Agency, mtownproud.com. Here with Sam Griesel for the Marshalltown Bobcats. You know, we have, you've kind of trained me to stick away from the golf questions, but then you came to me and told me that maybe the golf game has kind of brought you in, huh?
The golf game has brought me in, yeah. Davis Ragland, right after football, we kind of started practicing our swings in the garage, you know, trying to get better at that sport.
Yeah. I asked Davis when I saw him out there on the golf course recently, I said, "You any good?" He's like, "No." So are you any good?
Probably the same as him.
You're in your senior season. What do you got planned coming up after the year?
I'm going to Kirkwood after baseball season. I'm going to study fire science technology to become a firefighter.
Awesome. That is awesome. That'd be a great story. You're going to try to come back here to Marshalltown, or you got like the big city vibes going?
I'm not sure where I want to be located at right now.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You got plenty of time.
Yep.
Yeah, that is for sure. Well, of course, you're in your senior season. You've played since your 8th grade. Can you believe it, kind of looking back on it?
It's gone by fast. I know it's a long summer, but when I look back at it, it's like, wow, that was 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Yeah, all that. Yeah.
I've kind of taken a look at some of the names that, have been left behind here on the baseball program, and there's always some really good names. You've got Nick Rebick, who you were playing alongside him a couple years ago. A bunch of guys down the list. Caleb Kuzro, I know, was one of your good playing mates as well. So what kind of legacy, like those kind of guys, do you kind of hope to leave behind here for the program?
Just to kind of keep up a good mindset, even if things aren't going your way. You make an error, you just got to want the next ball and make the next play and swing the bat.
Yeah. All right, so you're committed to baseball. You love it. You breathe it. I got to know, we were recently talking amongst the KFJB-TV crew about favorite baseball movies. Do you have one?
Got to think.
I'll give you mine. Mine's Moneyball. I love that movie.
Moneyball is probably a good one. That's up there for mine. I couldn't think of one right now.
Field of Dreams?
Field of Dreams will probably be my number one.
There's a lot of baseball movies.
Yeah, there is. Sandlot's going to my number one.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, Sandlot's number one. That's a good choice. Of course, senior season, do you have any kind of goals laid out for this team and helping them kind of take that next level?
I want a few more wins under me and the seniors' belts, just to kind of leave off. But I want us to, as we leave, I want the younger kids to step up and kind of get more people to go out for the sport and, play better and get more wins for the team.
Yeah. Of course, your role has always been a little bit of a utility role, playing shortstop, being out there on the bump. How does that mindset kind of change from playing the field to now you're going out there, you're trying to pound that zone?
I'm just trying to be a utility guy for Coach. He'll put me anywhere. I'll do it for him. That's how I try to be coachable and be the best I can.
We've liked what we've seen from you in that leadoff role. You've had some really good games so far on the season. Your stolen base numbers are pretty good this year. Has that been kind of a focus as far as, on the offensive side of things, moving over, getting to scoring position?
Yeah, getting more stolen bases is going to help a lot. Getting closer to home plate. That means we're going to put up more runs, and we got to focus more on that.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for the time, and best of luck rest of the season, Sam.
Thank you.
Right, that is Sam Griesel with our Cat Connection. Get all brought to you by Tyler Prashong Agency, mtownproud.com.
At Tyler Prashong State Farm, we are M-Town Proud.
For us, M-Town Proud is about having absolute pride in the place that we live and work. The people in this community represent everything that I believe in and everything I want to instill in my children.
Hardworking.
Diverse. Genuine.
Kind. And passionate.
A blue-collar town that has shown countless times we can depend on each other.
We'd love to talk to you about what makes you
M-Town Proud.
Make the equity in your home work for you with the home equity loan from Lennox Employees Credit Union. Crush high-interest credit card debt and make needed improvements to your home. You have the power to refinance and change your financial life. With the lower interest rate, repayment is more comfortable than paying those high credit card interest rates. The loan process is easy. See Lennox Employees Credit Union, 1004 East Main Street in Marshalltown. Member NCUA Equal Housing Lender. Online at lennoxecu.com.
Welcome back to Marshalltown High School. Now time for tonight's Keys to the Game, all brought to you by First Rate Real Estate, FirstRateTeam.com. Dylan?
Yeah, for the Bobcats, you have to go by the old adage that cats always fall on their paws. The actual adage is on their feet, but cats don't have feet, and this is a scientifically done broadcast, so we've got to be correct.
Well, I mean, you have a minor in turfology,
that's
so,
right.
I mean, I count on you to be precise.
I've got to give you the right thing. Genetics.
You broke down that ERA specifically earlier tonight, too.
That's why you tune in. But when you look at that is, no matter what befalls them, though they fall on their paws. Cats have to have that same mentality here tonight. Lost 60-0 in the first game. They've lost now 10 out of 11 here with their lone win against Lincoln this week. They've got to find ways to be resilient. They've got to find ways to keep coming back. One of the things you will notice with the Bulldogs, they tend to have much closer contests in the second half of doubleheaders. Only one time it's been a bigger blowout, so I look for the Bobcats to try to take advantage of that right there. But for the Bulldogs, they're going for a perfect 10. They have won nine in a row. They are doing quite well. They're running through the Iowa Alliance South. They don't seem to be struggling too much with the Iowa Alliance North. So you just want to keep on keeping on your way to the Bo Derek perfect 10.
Couldn't have said it better myself, as that is our keys to the game. Brought to you by First Rate Real Estate, FirstRateTeam.com. We'll check out the starting 9 as we'll go through the lineup when we come back. This is Bobcat Baseball. You're watching KFJB-TV.
Do you dream of a career in healthcare that makes a difference? Marshalltown Community College offers a variety of programs to fit your calling. From nursing and medical assisting to dental programs, we provide a nurturing environment with exceptional instructors dedicated to your success. Our simulation labs prepare you for real-world situations. Explore your healthcare path. Find out more at MarshalltownCommunityCollege.com.
Welcome back to Marshalltown High School. Brandon Lewis, Dylan Does alongside me. We get you ready to go for game number 2. There is a little bit of doubt as some cells popping up to our north and pretty heavy, so we'll keep an eye on the sky here tonight. Isn't that what the meteorologists say? Keep your eye to the sky and your
also dreamers
ears to the radio.
That.
Do they? Okay.
Dreamers also say keep your eyes to the sky.
Hippies.
Yes.
Is what you mean. All right, so our lineup tonight, as we take a look at it, all brought to you by Sandvik Enterprises in Marshalltown. Let them deliver for you while we deliver the starting lineups. First up for the Ottumwa Bulldogs, Christian Aller will lead it off. He'll be in left. Dawson Weller will bat in the 2-hole, playing third. Cam Maneri is in right field. Quinn Larson is at first base. Braden Larkin, no relation to Barry Larkin. He is the DH tonight, hitting for the catcher Preston McClure. Mason Gravitt is at shortstop. Matt Mitchell, he is the pitcher tonight. We've seen him at quarterback a lot in our times. Haven't we, Dylan?
Yes, we have. He did a great job. That was
last year.
That was a
took
good
a notch
team
up
last year.
Yeah.
The new coaching staff really has established themselves.
7-2 and didn't make the playoffs.
And they came a very, very last 40 seconds against Waterloo West.
Yeah.
Winner goes to the playoffs.
Yep.
They were that close.
Mitchell Jordan is at second base. He'll bat in the 8-hole, and ninth is Chase Thompson in center field. All right, for the Marshalltown Bobcats tonight, Sam Griesel will lead things off. He's at shortstop. Lars Schoenfelder's at the hot corner, batting second. Xander Stupp gets a night off of pitching. He is at the Keystone in the 3-hole. J.J. Schoenfelder is in left field. Garrett Taty's pitching. Catching for him is Taven Dutton in the 6-hole. Aiden Holmgren will bat seventh and play first. Trayton Gilliland is at DH tonight as a late replacement there. Again, Gavin Freiberg was slated to be the DH, but it'll be now Trayton Gilliland. He is hitting for Luke Stalzer, who is in center field. And in right field, it'll be Cooper, not Cooper McLeod now.
It's going to be
Miller. It's going to be Jaden Miller now in the 9th hole. We had a couple of late substitutions there for the Marshalltown Bobcats. That's a look at our starting lineups. First pitch between the Dogs and the Cats coming up right here on KFJB-TV. McGregor's Furniture and Mattress is your local furniture store in Marshalltown, and they are proud to support Marshalltown Bobcat Athletics. If you need a new recliner to relax in, or perhaps a new dining set for the whole family, shop McGregor's. They also have a good selection of luxurious sectional sofas. Score the mattress of your dreams with an assist from the McGregor's friendly and knowledgeable staff. You'll be the household MVP when you bring home the winning selection from McGregor's Furniture and Mattress, downtown Marshalltown. Open 7 days a week.
At Sports Plus Sports Medicine and Physical Therapy Center, we customize each patient's treatment plan to their individual needs. What does that mean? It means that not every back or knee problem is treated the same, and that your program will be unique and designed especially for your needs or problem. This improves how quickly you will return to work or sports. The Sports Plus staff is encouraging and takes pride in your successful recovery. This is just one more reason why champions choose Sports Plus Physical Therapy as their favorite place to rehabilitate and train.
National anthem wrapping up as the Bobcats will be in their blue tops here tonight for game number 2, the gray bottoms. Meanwhile, Ottumwa's in their gray tops with red numbers and the white pants that are pinstripe with the red. And we do have some heavy rain showers just off to our north, as just a few miles off to our north near Albion, making their way off to the east. A little bit of a front making its way through here this evening. So it looks like if we can get unscathed by these two pop-up cells just to our north, we should be okay to get the rest of the second half of our doubleheader here tonight underway. The lights have been turned on. We haven't really, fingers crossed, seen any lightning strikes early on here as Garrett Tatey is out for the Bobcats, who stand at a mark of 4-10. They take on the 12-4 Ottumwa Bulldogs, who are on a 10-game winning streak and have knocked off the Bobcats now 8 times in a row since 2019. This series is now tied up at 10-10 apiece, as the Bobcats came into the night leading the series 10-9 since 2009. So anyway, this should be hopefully a good game number 2 as the Bobcats look to bounce back here tonight, Dylan.
When you look at just what Ottumwa has done, it has not been uncommon that they've just drubbed teams in that opening game. It's often by the 10-plus run rule, as we saw earlier. But then in that second game, you'll see a much closer matchup. What's going to come down for the Cats is you can't have a repeat of that second inning. Where you give up 8 runs. One of the things, since the last time I've seen a Cats game, that infield and outfield looks a lot different. There's a lot of different people, most notably looking at Aiden Holmgren at first base. He had been playing left field, and so he's a younger first baseman. He's definitely got the length. He definitely has the stretching capabilities, but it is just the nuance of playing first. So he's going to have to play a really good game, being able to dig it out of the dirt and give the Bobcats every opportunity to win this ball game.
Well, we hit a high near 90 today, but we're backed off to 82 now as we've had some cloud cover. Winds were from the southeast, but now they switched from the northwest, as again we have a little bit of a cool front coming through, and we'll continue to keep our eye on a few heavy cells off to our north. You can see the infield dirt being kicked up by that wind as a little front makes its way through here. And first pitch is on the way from Garrett Tatey. And it is drilled to left field. Over ranges J.J. Schoenfelder. He has a read on it. And Christian Aller, who leads off the game on a fly out to left field, is retired for one away here in the top of the first inning.
And you see J.J.'s played a lot of right field, but he looked very comfortable there in left field. The difference between left and right is usually how the ball tails. And he read that perfectly. And my goodness, that ball tailed a lot because this wind is picked up.
Yeah, that is for sure, as the gust front really starting to come through now. And a ball on the first pitch of the at-bat to Dawson Weller is fouled off down the third base line for a first pitch strike. So it is 0-1 the count, as that front making its way through right now.
Yeah. And a lawn chair.
And hopefully you strapped down the trampoline earlier, as Weller drills one to right center field. That is going to get down. He's rounding second. Now on to third. He'll hustle in, and it's a stand-up triple for Dawson Weller, the second batter in the top of the first inning. That is a huge hit right there.
And that was a great piece of hitting there by Weller. The Bobcats had shaded over, as you saw. They were pulling everything on Garrett earlier, but they were shading over with Stalzer playing almost left center for slow pitch fans, almost at rover position, and he had a long way to gallop to get to that ball. Big piece of hitting there by Weller, the two-hole hitter for Ottumwa.
So one out as we're in the top of the first inning. And Ottumwa with a runner on third, just 90 feet away, and the pitch is drilled to right center. A little bit of a gap there. Long run for the right fielder in Miller. It's over his head, and Ottumwa leads it 1-0 as Cam Maneri drills one to right center field, and it's back-to-back triples for the Ottumwa Bulldogs in the top of the first inning. Wow.
Just hitting it right on the rope, and this is where you can tell, I think, like a very good, a very disciplined hitting team, because Garrett is not overpowering, but they're not trying to just go with it. They're not trying to pull everything, as sometimes more of an undisciplined hitting team will do. They're going to go with the pitch. They're going to find the gaps. Now the Cats are playing straight up.
Quinn Larson, left-handed batter, digs in with that runner on third, and he's going to drill another one to center field. This will back up Stalzer in center field over his head to the base of the wall, and trotting in from third is Maneri, and trotting into second is Quinn Larson with an RBI double.
And they are just tagging him. Garrett is catching way too much of the plate, and it's right between thigh and waist high as Colton Hankey comes out quickly to talk to the freshman pitcher.
So the freshman pitcher and Garrett Tatey on the mound, as Dylan alluded to a year ago, an 0-2 record with an 11.42 ERA, 3 strikeouts, 19 innings pitched, and this year just a third of an inning pitch. But this kind of due to last week, 3 doubleheaders last week, a really tough week. I know Xander Stupp pitched quite a few innings last week, and so he's out tonight. Obviously, the Bobcats will face Mason City tomorrow night, and just another busy week where, you know, you get those arms stretched out, you're relying on other guys.
It is the killer of the everything's a doubleheader.
Yeah.
It is. We've talked about this every season since it's become the norm, but it just destroys teams that aren't deep on the mound.
Braden Larkin digs in for the first time tonight. He'll take a pitch inside as he steps away from it in the right-handed batter's box. Braden Larkin this year batting .200, 10 runs, 7 RBI in his senior season. And he stands in with a 1-0 count out of the stretch is Garrett Tatey. Number 18 for the Bobcats with that red cap and blue bill. Big wide M on the front, fires home, lifted to center field. This is going to be for Stalzer over his head. He came in initially, and it's all the way to the wall. Rounding third is Larson. He's in to score a stand-up double RBI. So 2 triples and 2 doubles for Ottumwa in the top of the first, and it's now 3-0.
And that's where you can, last time we covered this team together, Luke Stalzer was playing second base. Second base and center field are completely different. And you mentioned he came in first. He read the ball wrong off off the bat, because that was a ball, if he would have stayed back on, he could have gotten to, but once he came forward and committed forward, that was going to go over his head. Bobcats are playing really deep out there, and for good reason.
Check back at second base on the runner, and Larkin not in time. Mason Gravitt digs in, the shortstop. Here tonight, batting .268 coming in, 18 runs, 10 RBI. Sun is actually out for a moment. We do have a little cell now. The storms that were off to our north are severe thunderstorm warning on those, as that has moved off just to our east. So luckily those showers are past us. And thunderstorms, some pretty strong winds with some of these cells. As we feel strong winds here, that's just with the front moving through, as the 1-0 is going to miss inside 2-0 to Mason Gravitt. We do have a little bit of a cell popping up to our west as well as this front coming through, so we'll see if we do get a little bit of rain here shortly. Here's the 2-0, and that one is going to miss outside 3-0.
Taven's had a nice couple stops behind the plate. They're ranging to his right, but Taven's always been really good defensively, be it third base, first base, behind the dish here tonight.
3-0 is going to hit on the inner half for a strike, 3-1.
That flag has blown out to right field, to center field, to left field. It is just, the only thing it has in common is it is blowing out.
It is blowing out now. Big time, as you hear that wind rumbling as ball 4 is into Mason Gravitt. See the dirt being kicked up there on KFJB-TV. Flag is now blowing off to the southeast, as winds were from the southeast earlier, but now out of the northwest.
This is Columbus Catholic soccer match all over again.
That is for sure. We had 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts that night, maybe even stronger. Tatey works with 2 runners on. Check back at second base, not in time to get Larkin.
He had him leaning, but Larkin was able to scamper back in. We may do some Larkin trivia later.
First pitch of the at-bat to Matt Mitchell's upstairs. He's a starting pitcher in game number 2. Mitchell this year at the plate batting 184. 9 runs, 6 RBI. He's worked 6 walks this year as well. 1-0.
And you see
1-0 is high, and Tatey loses his hat on the pitch.
Maybe he just wanted the wind to flow through his locks. Maybe to impress a lady or something out in the crowd, who knows. But yeah, that anything that is going to catch wind is going to blow right off.
So a 1-1 count. And this one going to be inside and a little high to Mitchell now, 2-1.
See the replay here with Garrett going, the wind gust.
Check back at second base. Runner takes off. The ball's into center field. Runners move up 90 feet, and now runners at second and third. So that will be an E1 on Tatey, which gets Larkin over to third, and it gets Mason Gravitt to second base. And it gets Matt Mitchell still standing at the plate with a 2-1 count.
And to me, that was a pretty good pickoff throw, but again, you're switching with position. Xander Stupp is a much taller, so that was right in front of the bag. So for Xander, that's 6'3", reaching down instead of the normal like 5'10", and just got underneath his glove.
1 out in the inning, runners at second and third. Infield plays on the grass. Tatey fires home out of the stretch, and it's high, 3-1.
This is where anything that gets past him is going to score 2. They're trying to cut the runner down at home.
3-1. Tatey set, fires, and this one lifted, jammed inside over to the third base, and it is caught by Lars Schoenfelder for out 2.
That was a really good pitch on the hands. And part of you wonders, and not to belabor the wind point, but it is, if you look at the pitch, it is affecting the pitch. It is causing some extra movement to the inside, and that helped get it off the handle of the bat.
A couple of years ago, 2 years ago, we had a soccer match between Ottumwa and Marshalltown here in Marshalltown, and ended up having the bleachers in the middle of the field. That's how strong the winds were that night. Here's the first pitch of the at-bat. It is lifted to second, stops there, dives, ranges, and out is Mitchell Jordan. What a great line drive catch by Xander Stupp for out number 3 of the inning. 3-run score, 2 stranded on the base pass for the Bulldogs. We head to the bottom of the first. Cats trail 3-0 on KFJB-TV.
Wayward Social is the place for fun. With 20 lanes of bowling, leagues for all levels, great food and drink options, an awesome arcade, there is a ton of fun to be had at Wayward Social. And that's just on the inside. Step outside and enjoy patio life at Gutter Point with drinks, shuffleboard, live music, and fun atmosphere. Follow Wayward Social on Facebook for updates on specials and live music. It is all on South 6th Street in Marshalltown. Visit wayward-social.com to plan your next visit to the place for fun.
Heading to the bottom of the first inning, let's get a scoreboard update, all brought to you by Central State Bank. Dylan?
And at the end of 2, Ankeny Centennial is down to Pleasant Valley 1-0. Dowling leads Ankeny 3-0, and that's in the top of the first.
Well, still watching some cells that are moving off to our north as severe weather off to our northeast. We've got a cell just about 2 miles off to our north. We're hoping that one misses us as well as we play on here in the bottom of the first inning. Due up for the Marshalltown Bobcats. Leadoff batter Sam Griesel, followed by Lars Schoenfelder, Xander Stupp. I know Madden Martin is out of lineup here tonight. He's been playing a lot at the hot corner, but not out there tonight in action for the Marshalltown Bobcats.
And he's been really good defensively. He's someone who will hit by the end of his career, but is only hitting 125 so far this year. Really where the production on the base paths has come is here in Sam Griesel, hitting 400. Has been a really good pop at the top of this lineup. But it's essential for 17 to get on base for the Cats to score runs.
So Matt Mitchell on the mound in game number 2. As he'll fire in, first pitch, his hat flies off. It's low and outside, the right-handed batter, Sam Griesel, for a ball, 1-0.
And that's one thing, Mitchell's ERA is just over 125. He will walk few. He's got 6 walks in 11 innings, but he's another great one as that wind just dives into the right batter's box for ball 2.
Hear that wind rumbling as Mitchell fires in, and that one just a touch outside, so 3-0 to Sam Griesel.
Nice thing for the Ottumwa crowd, they should get great gas mileage on the way home. Really behind them.
McClure will catch ball number 4, the catcher for the Bulldogs, as Griesel will hustle down to first base, and this will bring up Lars Schoenfelder. So good job by the senior Sam Griesel to work it. Batting 400 with 10 runs on the season. He has 9 hit by pitches this year. I'm sure he's happy to not be hit by pitch right there.
Yeah.
He has 11 stolen bases as he stands on first base as Lars Schoenfelder digs in for the first time in game number 2.
He's really become a good baseball player over his 5 years at the varsity level. No, he didn't get a COVID year. He did play a little bit as an 8th grader.
And he takes off with the first pitch, which is a strike to Schoenfelder. In there safe in a stolen bag for Griesel. It'll be number 12 of the season.
And that's just what you have to do. That was a good throw. It was on the bag, but Sam's able to beat it.
Mitchell out of the stretch. Comes set. Checks out Griesel at second and fires home. And that's an off-speed pitch, a good one, riding in there for strike number 2. To the 8th grader in Schoenfelder, batting .296, 6 runs, 6 RBIs. We take a look at the replay of that stolen bag. You'll take that out of an 8th grader.
Yes, you will.
That's why he's been moved up to the 2-hole as well. Mitchell comes set and fires home. And the 0-2 is lifted out of play down the first base side, and we'll do it all over again.
And one of the things with that 8th grader, often if you've got good off-speed stuff, it's the off-speed stuff that may be better used against the younger players in the heat, because Lars definitely has that talent to turn around on a fastball. But can you get him guessing? Can you get him fishing on the off speed?
The 0-2 is low and in the dirt. Schoenfelder wisely watching. It's 1-2.
Good eye there. Able to lay off there. Mitchell a little bit erratic early in this contest.
Schoenfelder standing in the box, right-handed side, waiting. Mitchell checks back at second. Griesel's back in safely. And we have a little Gus Nato over at first base eating up Larson.
Looks like Super Mario World 3 when you're out in the pyramids.
And now we got a Gus Nato out in right field.
No Sharknadoes as of yet.
That's a good thing. Schoenfelder pops one up right behind home plate, out of play. Still a 1-2 count. Schoenfelder back into the box. Almost looks like he's using a wood bat with that coloring on it. Mitchell finally comes set and taking forever on the pitch. Schoenfelder calls for time and he'll back out.
I just wish he was, just because he wanted the integrity of the game. I will not. I will go with.
I'm an 8th grader. I'm proving myself. A 1-2. Upstairs swings. It's dropped third. No, they say it was fouled off. And so still a 1-2 count.
That was a good fastball up just above the letters. Lars was lucky to be able to catch up with that just a little bit there. Like the way the Cats are battling here. In game one, they just really struggled from the get-go. But we did talk about Ottumwa tends to play much closer ball games in the second half of their twin bills.
1-2 on the way, and Mitchell steps off the rubber.
Yeah, it feels like he's laboring a little bit. He's had to slow down his delivery a little bit.
Oh, good off-speed pitch. Catch Schoenfelder caught looking. That is the first strikeout of the night for Mitchell, and one away here in the bottom of the first inning.
That was a really good curveball. If you notice, there was a shimmy shake by Lars's shoulders. He thought that was coming for him. He pulled his shoulders out. Once he opened up, he had no chance to recover to get at that one.
In steps Xander Stupp, batting in the 3-hole tonight. And a throwback to second base as Griesel dives back in safely.
And this is a big deal for the Cats. When you have somebody in runners scoring position with no outs, you've got to find a way to get them home.
Here's the first pitch of the at-bat, and it's inside. And a ball to Xander Stupp, 1-0.
Yeah, this is just flipped to blowing. Those flags are about to rip off the pole. I've now got a tarp on me.
Yeah, the tarp is not on the field. It's on Dylan.
It's on me.
Pitch missing outside. It's now 2-0.
The ground crew is friendly, though.
That is true. Wow, look at that Gus Nato there at second. I like it.
Mitchell is guarding his face as the dust, and they actually call an official timeout. As Elijah's still up there in center field. I worry about him out there.
I believe he is all right out there. 2-0 here to Stupp, and swing and a miss. Griesel takes for third. He's going to be caught stealing for out number 2. Wow, good relay there. McClure Weller applied the tag at third.
Yeah, you look down there, his catcher has just absolutely got a rope for an arm. Really wonderful job there.
So 2-5 in your scorecard as caught stealing is Sam Griesel, now 2 down. Stupp took a strike there as he swung, and it's a 2-1 count. And now he's going to lift one up behind home plate. The wind pushes it back towards foul territory. And that one will hit in the batter's box for the left-handed batters. That one looked like it was coming all the way back to us, and then the wind just pushed it, and McClure was trying to get a read on it. It falls between him and the pitcher and Mitchell. And there's nothing they could do with that. The wind just pushing that one.
If you see McClure's hand even right there, he's like, it is literally going back and forth.
So second life for Xander Stupp. McClure taking a second here. I think maybe he had a little bit of dust in his eyes as well. The 1-2 is on the way. And an off-speed pitch lifted to short, right center field. Ranging in is center fielder Thompson, makes the catch for out 3 of the inning. That's not an easy catch out there. Bobcats 1, 2, 3 out, but Sam Griesel worked a walk. He is caught stealing, and the Bobcats go scoreless in the bottom of the first. We head to the second. It's 3-0 Bulldogs on KFJB-TV.
You're an empty nester closing in on that retirement property. Chances are your plans didn't include mom moving in, but life happens and you do the right thing. Wells Fargo Advisors can help. For more than 125 years, we've created wealth management and investment strategies aimed at achieving our clients' personal financial goals. When retirement means caring for yourself and a loved one, turn to Wells Fargo Advisors. Together, we'll go far.
Wells Fargo Advisors is located at 14 East South Ridge Road in Marshalltown. Call them at 641-752-5401. They're a member SIPC.
Welcome back to Marshalltown High School. You see our camera bouncing around a little bit. Breezy out here tonight as Marshalltown Bobcats and Ottumwa Bulldogs in game number 2. Game number 1 went to the Bulldogs in a high-scoring affair, 16-0. Bulldogs winning that one, and the Bulldogs lead it now 3-0 here in game number 2 as Garrett Tatey back out for his second inning of work as he'll face the 9-1-2 batters for the Bulldogs.
And you look at this as you've got to take advantage of this bottom of the order. Thompson hitting 205. You can't allow him to get on base to set the table for Christian Aller, Weller, and Maneri. Those guys all raked along with Larson in that first inning.
So to the top of the second we go. Righty versus righty as Chase Thompson stays in for the first time tonight. Tatey fires home, and it is lifted back out of play into the stands behind home plate. And it's an 0-1 count on Chase Thompson. So far this year, batting .205, 15 runs, 5 RBI, 4 stolen bags.
That 15 runs tells you he does exactly what a 9-hole hitter was. He gets on base to allow the top of the order to knock him in.
Shallow tapper to third, fielded over to first, not in time. Good run up by Lars Schoenfelder, but a tough run. That'll be an infield single. Long run for Lars to make that play. And the fire was laid over to first as Thompson was quickly down the line.
Yeah, you feel the rain a little bit of wet coming there. It's, unless a bottle of water spilled back there.
No, I don't think so.
No,
not this time. So there is a little cell working its way towards us, but
people are starting to scurry a little bit. Electronic equipment here. We're trying to get everything set up.
You know,
here.
I don't think we've ever done this before.
No, we haven't. We've built forts before, but never like
I feel
this.
like this is not a great idea.
No.
I feel like this tarp is going to take off for liftoff here any moment.
Yeah, I do potentially as well, but but we're here until we're not. The press box over at the softball field is sounding like a good idea.
That is for sure.
And that just is another trickler down the third base line. Lars Schoenfelder picks it up off the line. Probably should have let that one go. He knew once he picked it up that, man, I should have just waited, see if it would have rolled out of. And this one's much different in the fact that first inning, there was just a lot of stuff hit hard everywhere. This second inning, it's little dribblers down the third base line.
I'm relying on our camera shots. Why are we getting the tarp?
Here we go. Pitch down in the dirt. as Weller's up. He had a big triple in his first at bat.
It's just a small cell, so this isn't permanent. I'm not staying like this for the rest of the game, Dylan.
I think this will be a story we talk about. A pitch there.
I just watched this tarp, though, over the weekend, so we're good.
Weller 1-1 count. 3-0 Ottumwa. Runners on first and second base. Nobody out. Tatey in the stretch. Comes back, delivers. And just outside, runs to 2-1.
That runner still at first over in Chase Thompson. I have to say, our producer David looks very comfortable back there, though.
Yes. Thompson's at first.
Until the wind blows.
Thompson's at first. Aller at second. Brandon somewhere out in right field. And a strike on the outside corner runs the count to 2-2.
No top on the press box now, so that's why we're holding a tarp.
We've got a growing shade up there to keep the sun away.
We're getting extra pay for tonight. I'm locking it in.
Yes, we are. Todd Steinkamp, you heard that here first on KFJB-TV at 12:30 a.m. KFJB.
I bet Jeff's nice and comfy back there in the radio studios.
Yeah, Brooksy, text us how you're feeling back there.
Ball lifted. You take it, Dylan. You got a better view.
And JJ comes in with a great catch, and runner tags up, gets to third base. Thompson does a nice job. Yeah, JJ kind of had himself turned around, but ended up recovering with a really nice play there. Runners first and third, one out. Yeah.
How are you doing? Your scorecard looks pretty wet.
Yeah, well, at least a half of my body is very wet.
So much for just a small shower, right?
Yeah, I jokingly, when it was so hot, that this might be our first swimsuit-only broadcast. Now with the rain, I wish it was.
So one away in the inning, and Thompson stands over at third. That was a single by Aller, correct?
Yes. It was. They were both just dribblers down the line to third.
Yeah.
They weren't hard hit. They were just hit enough.
Check back on Aller at first base. So runners at first and third. Thompson stands at third. Aller is on first. And Dawson Weller is at the plate. He had a triple and a run scored last inning. Raven's still coming down pretty good. Here's the pitch to Weller. And this one lifted to right field. That'll get a run in from third, and Chase Thompson scores, making it 4-0 Bulldogs.
And that was just one that Miller did not get a read on it, and it just kind of landed in the Bermuda Triangle.
So an RBI for Weller as he drives in Thompson, and moving over to second base is Aller.
Yes, my scorecard looks like I'm playing with watercolors in first grade.
That was a fun time in life, I'll tell you that.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
We would be splashing in puddles if we were back then. Now we're holding up tarps and trying to stay dry.
So Weller is aboard at first base. Over at second stands Aller. And Cam Maneri stands in for the second time tonight. An RBI triple in his last at-bat for the left-handed batter. And the first pitch is hit to the right side of the infield. That sneaks through. That'll be an RBI single, as he will drive in the runner in Aller from second base.
And that was actually, was that Larson that just got that?
That was Maneri, I thought.
No, Maneri flew, you were right, I think. No, Larkin is up now, so that was actually Larson. So
that
RBI
was
there.
Maneri with a single and an RBI.
Yes.
But Aller did score on that, as well as Dawson Weller.
Weller flew out to left field.
Okay, there we go. Now we got it. So it was the RBI single by Maneri. And there's 2 outs in the inning, is what you're telling me.
Yes. That's going to score for Ottumwa off, ricocheting off of J.J. Schoenfelder there. Larkin gets an RBI there with the single. It is now 7-0 Ottumwa.
So Maneri driven in right there. Apologize. We're trying to fight the elements and also call a baseball game, as it looks like we are going to have a pitching change, I believe, as head coach Colton Hankey is out on the bump here in the top of the second inning. Bobcats trailing 7-0, 9 hits so far for the Ottumwa Bulldogs. And I believe this is stalling as we just have Gavin Freiberg going out to the bullpen to warm up.
Yeah, you look at this is an impressive broadcast when you realize we're doing this underneath a tarp.
Award-winning.
Yes, this is award-winning.
We get first place for Under a Tarp broadcast, that is for sure.
You know, John Chomby's great. You know, you get a bunch of different great baseball guys out there, but I have never seen them do it underneath a freshly washed tarp.
I've never seen them fight the elements like this. They've got a bunch of staff who, makes them look good really in the end. Not that our staff doesn't make us look well. It's just, Keith's not up here holding a tarp for us.
No, we don't have. We don't have enough staff.
You dumped a bunch of water on me.
2 down in the inning, as I guess people are upset about our tarp.
Well, they might need to move because there's a lot of empty seats out in the rain there.
That is for sure. Braden Larkin stands in.
People don't melt, but electronics do.
This one drilled back up the middle by Gravett, as that one will get through. And runners at first and second base now. I think the rain has subsided for the most part. So if you're wondering, 7-0 is there a score?
Yes.
So Gravett with a. Are you ruling that a single?
Yeah.
And now at the plate, Matt Mitchell lifts one to right field. That's over the head of Miller, the right fielder, and runners rounding second and third. And now Mitchell got all the way to second, and the runner stopped in front of him, and he'll have to go back to first base.
That was one halfway in between. Is he going to catch it? Is he not? And it just glanced off his glove, and runners were uncertain if he was going to go, so they played it conservatively, and a very, very long hit single for Mitchell as he gets a courtesy runner out.
Tyler Schaus is going to be the courtesy runner. Standing in, Mitchell Jordan takes the first pitch strike. It's 0-1. My scorecard's a mess. And so is yours.
Yes, it is.
Because of the rain.
Yeah, I feel like
mine's dry, but it's a mess. And now a pitch behind the batter in Jordan. And on the wild pitch, the runner from third is going to tag and come in as Braden Larkin will score, and it's now 8-0 Ottumwa.
Yeah, this all started with 2 hits that traveled a total of about 155 feet, and it just set the stage for this 5-run second inning. The 2 second innings in this doubleheader, Ottumwa scored 13 runs tonight.
1-1 is drilled right past Xander Stupp at second base. 1 run is in. That's Gravitt. And rounding third, heading in is Mitchell. It's off the line. His courtesy runner, and Tyler Schaus scores. And the Bulldogs continue to pull it on here in the second inning.
Yeah, they have now come back to Thompson, who started it all. Bobcats just aren't cleanly fielding much, but Ottumwa's also just scorching the baseball here.
That's for sure, as Mitchell Jordan drives in 2 there. And Gravitt and Schaus. Jordan stands at second base as he advanced on the throw. Just 1 out here in the top of the second. 10-0 Ottumwa. And the pitch is high from Garrett Tatey, and it's a 1-0 count. As they will bat around this inning as Chase Thompson led off the inning with a single and a run scored. And the 1-0 misses inside low, 2-0.
This is where, we talked about what did we need out of Tatey, is we knew he was going to pitch to contact, didn't want him to walk anybody, but needed the defense to step up behind him. Ottumwa's just hit that ball hard as the pass ball. Runner makes it to third base.
And the 2-0 is outside, as you mentioned, on that pass ball. I thought that was ball number 3.
They may have said it caught the edge.
Okay, it is 2-1 the count. So that one did catch for a strike, so it's a 2-1 count. As Tatey will get his sign. And he'll check over to third base, not in time to get the runner in Mitchell Jordan. Well, a little bit of rain here, not a whole lot, but it did kind of settle down the dirt just a little bit. Here's the 2-1. That one lifted out of play behind home plate. And 2-2, and a nice catch in the stands. Gets a little cheer right there.
She did it like a baller, though. She was confident. That was not the throw to
give it back was
not
on par,
as good, but the catch was great.
Yeah. So Tatey comes set, 2-2 count. And this one drilled right past Stupp again. Boy, that was a hard liner. A single and an RBI for Chase Thompson as he drives in Mitchell Jordan. And he just found the gap right there to drive in the 11th Bulldog run of the night.
And that'll do it for Garrett Tatey.
So Garrett Tatey goes an inning and a third, and his night will be done. He gives up 13 hits and 11 runs. The runner on first base would go down to his night. We have a pitching change. We'll tell you who's in the game when we come back. This is Bobcat Baseball. You're watching KFJB-TV.
Registration for the upcoming school year in Marshalltown is Tuesday, July 8th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at Miller Middle School. A birth certificate is required if a new student is joining. If parents are unable to attend, they can go online to the Infinite Campus System. To begin, go to the district website, marshalltown.k12.ia.us, and click on Academics. All new families in the Marshalltown Community School District must register at the District Welcome Center, downtown Marshalltown. Here's to the 2025-2026 school year.
Back at Marshalltown High School, as we're still in the top of the second inning, Bobcats trailing, giving up 8 runs this inning. They gave up 3 in the first. It's 11-0 Bulldogs in our first pitching change of the night. Pitching change is all brought to you by Ethington Heating and Cooling. It's a time to change your air filter. Check out the planned service programs from Ethington Heating and Cooling that helps ensure your heating and cooling systems are ready to go. Gavin Freiberg's into the game.
He's going to be in the game, and that domino makes for a whole lot more changes. That will then put Garrett Tatey behind the dish. You don't usually see pitcher-to-catcher scenario, but you will here today, which takes Taven Dutton from outside from behind the plate. Dutton's going to go hang out at third base now, which then takes Lars Schoenfelder to the outfield. All that for Gavin to come up. He pitched a little bit late in that ball game in game 1, but he's going to look to try to calm down these Bulldog bats, and they've already batted around, and there's only one out.
Xander Stupp currently taking his shoe off and getting the dirt out of it. He's had some hot shots his way this inning. He's had to dive for him. His jersey is definitely showing the effects of all that dirt out there this evening. As Freiberg getting his warm-up pitches in, as Gavin Freiberg coming in on the season, 1 inning pitched, 1 strikeout, and no runs allowed. As Dylan alluded to, though, pitched in game number 1. A year ago, he pitched just 4 1/3 innings, 16.15 ERA, 11 walks, and no strikeouts a year ago, as Freiberg is in his sophomore season.
You look at him, it's going to be, he's tall and lanky, but it's going to not be overpowering stuff. It's going to be a lot of off-speed pitches, moving it inside out, and that's where Bobcats have really got in trouble, is that you're getting off-speed pitchers that are catching far too much of the plate and throwing to some pretty severe contact there.
So it looks like Schoenfelder's in center and Stalzer's over to right field,
which brings Jaden Miller out of the ball game, who was previously playing right field.
Yep. So not as difficult as you made it sound.
I just said it was the first domino. We only switched like 5 positions here. You cover high school baseball long enough. We're looking for the perfect 9.
Yeah.
Will there be one move that changes 9?
In steps Christian Aller, leadoff batter, flew out back in the first. He scored on a single in the second. As we are in the top of the second inning. Takes first pitch ball, 1-0, and now outside, 2-0.
And if you're looking for something to watch later on after our broadcast, I encourage you the Will Ferrell documentary. As you see a strike there, where he plays every single position in spring training for a new position for a new team throughout the day, where I think he gets 10 positions for 10 teams. It's a great one, and that one's coming back to us.
It's going to end up short and stay in the field of play, but it is foul behind home plate as Tatey will go track that one down. It's a 2-2 count down to Christian Aller, junior, batting .400.
He hit the ball incredibly hard for an out, and then he dribbled it down the line for a hit. It is the game of baseball. It's not always how hard you can hit, but where it ends up that matters.
That's for sure. Freiberg, the righty, comes set, and his off-speed pitch loses it upstairs. It's now full count, 3-2.
That was a curveball that didn't. It just kind of stayed up top there.
Runner at first for the Bulldogs. Runner takes off. Pitch is low and in the dirt. It's ball number 4. And Aller will get himself aboard for this second time tonight. Chase Thompson will go over to second. This will bring up Dawson Weller. A fly out and a triple and a run scored so far tonight. That wind, though, as that front's made its way through, is still whipping around, but it looks like we should be ready to get in the rest of this contest here tonight as rain moving off to our east. Freiberg fires home and lifted out of play on the first base side over the stands, and it's an 0-1 count to Dawson Weller.
Gavin's done a nice job so far, mixing up location, mixing up speed.
1-1 on the way, and that one low and outside. Tatey tries to glove it, can't. Runners move up 90 feet to second and third. Aller's to second, Thompson's to third. Still just one out in the inning.
Yeah.
Weller was the only out as he bats.
That's crazy. And he...
Freiberg comes set. And fires home on the 2-1. It's low and inside. 3-1. Freiberg ready to fire home again, and this one low into the dirt past Tatey. And the runner from third, Chase Thompson, on the wild pitch is in to score. It's now 12-0 Bulldogs. Aller to third, and Weller stands at first as that was ball number 4. Spring up, Cam Maneri, a triple and an RBI in the first. Earlier this inning, a single and an RBI. Bobcats have some action. Wyatt Peters warming up in the bullpen down the right field line. Wind still blowing out to right field now. Wind's kind of switched. It was at the northwest. Runner at first takes off. Tatey throws late, and it will slip through past Stupp, and the runner from third on the E2 will score. Christian Aller's in, and it's now 13-0 Bulldogs.
And a lot of this, honestly, as I look at it, it's the nuances of playing these different positions that, you know, that you can move people around quite a bit, but if you don't have a lot of experience at different positions, you're going to get bit, not in just the major things, but in those small nuances of the positions, like how do you cover second on a stolen base? How do you pick on those plays that if you're not used to, you're more prone to make those mistakes, which lead to 9-run innings.
Maneri's first pitch was actually called a strike, so it's a 1-1 count, and Maneri will foul off the next pitch. It's 1-2.
Yes, my scorecard has gone from wet to just a mess. That's where we currently are.
So action in the bullpen as Freiberg working here to try to get the Bobcats out of the inning. He came in after Tatey taken out. He pitched an inning and a third, and since that time, still no more runs scored. Final line for Tatey, gives up 12 runs off 13 hits in an inning and a third tonight. Here's the 2-2, drilled to left field. J.J. Schoenfelder on one hop will throw back in. It's a single as it moves the runner over to third base in Dawson Weller.
Got him on the corner. Cat's just struggling. Cannot get out of this inning with another single there from Maneri. Maneri 3 for 3.
Quick adjustment of the helmet for Quinn Larson as a double, an RBI, a single, and an RBI tonight. Pretty productive out of the 4-hole for the Ottumwa Bulldogs. First pitch to him is right back to us and just a foot low off the facing. I thought about trying to catch that one, but, you know, after all I've been through today, Dylan, I didn't need to misplay it and dislocate a finger or something.
I officiated your wedding. I do not want to do so with your funeral, so let's stay alive.
So Larson fouls that one back to us here in the press box, and it's now a 1-1 count as Freiberg misses outside the left-handed batter, and Quinn Larson 1-1 count. A napkin now blowing onto the field, and the 1-1 is missed outside, 2-1. A napkin is between first and third, foul territory. Now it's working into fair. It's right on the line, Dylan. Here's the 2-1 from Freiberg. And it is drilled to right field, down the line, all the way to the wall on one hop. It ricochets off. One run is in to score. Rounding second over to third is Cam Maneri. And in for a double and an RBI, Quinn Larson, his second double of the night.
That was mashed. He turned on that in a hurry. If it wasn't for top spin, that thing might have went out because he crushed it.
The RBI double makes it 14-0 here in the top of the second. Freiberg loads up, fires up high to Braden Larkin, who stands in. Double and an RBI in the first. He scored on a wild pitch in the second. And another ball drilled to left center field by Larkin. Back the outfielders go. It's all the way to the bottom of the wall, and 2 runs will score. It's a 2 RBI double by Braden Larkin as Maneri and Larson score. And the Bulldogs just all over the Cats, 16-0 here in the second.
He just crushed. It's a lot of the same, catching way too much. It's turning into kind of batting practice pitching, and what I mean by that, there's enough speed, but it's putting it right into the hitter's zone. So they're just having to swing free as Colton Hankey comes back out, and I think this will be all we have as number 33 will be coming to the mound. When we come back, we'll talk about him.
And we'll do that as Freiberg is out, and the Bobcats trail it 16-0 here as we are in the top of the second on KFJB-TV.
Some say life is like a road trip. Is it a coincidence Scooter's Coffee is a drive-thru? We don't think so. Whether you need a coffee while you enjoy the view, to just get you through the long stretch, or to refuel between stops, Scooter's Coffee is there, brewing up delicious coffee, espresso blenders, smoothies, iced drinks, and more, with the convenience of a drive-thru so you can stay on the road and enjoy the ride. So go ahead, scoot on around. Amazing people, amazing drinks, amazingly fast. Scooters in Marshalltown.
16-0, Bobcats trailing the Bulldogs. Top of the second inning, we'll have our second bullpen appearance as Wyatt Peters is into the game. Our pitching change all brought to you by Ethington Heating and Cooling.
Wyatt Peters, so far in the year, 4 innings pitched and 1 appearance, has a 0 ERA, has given up 2 hits, but like I said, no runs, 2 walks, and hit 1 batter, has 1 strikeout as well.
So no innings pitched for Gavin Freiberg, gives up 3 hits and 4 runs. A 5th could be accounted for him as Braden Larkin with that stand-up 2 RBI double off the bat a moment ago. He'll face Mason Gravitt, who will dig in here in a moment. As you see Colton Hankey making his way to the dugout for the Bobcats, which had a good start to the season, but as the long days of summer have kind of moved in here and you really get in the home stretch of all those double headers back-to-back, it's really tested the depth of the pitching, which is kind of shown here tonight.
Yeah, it's a near impossible gauntlet, and when you look at teams like Des Moines North, Lincoln that we split with, is there's certain teams that just don't have that type of depth, and when you're already at a disadvantage, then you add that double header every single time. And I understand it. You want to get through the season. And I don't know if they'll ever look at it in the state, but it being a summer sport in only Iowa, they try to get through these seasons fairly quickly, but it puts a ton of stress and time on kids, on their arms, on opportunities to get wins, especially where you have those upsets where you're able to throw that full best lineup you've got one time. And we saw that earlier. We're playing against some lower level, and I don't mean that in quality or anything, but literally lower level competition, and the Cats were doing all right. But those were one-off games as well. North, it was 2 games, but North is really struggling this year.
So 16-0 here in the top of the second inning. Let's get a quick scoreboard update, all brought to you by Central State Bank. I know a few other scores pouring in here, Dylan, as Wyatt Peters looks to load up for the first pitch of the at-bat to Mason Gravitt, and that's going to be called a strike on the outer half. What's the scoreboard looking like right now?
Bottom of second, Dowling taking it to the Hawks of Ankeny, 8-1. Pleasant Valley leads Ankeny Centennial 2-0 in the top of the 4th, and the weather back at the KFJB studios is 70 degrees with no wind.
Must be nice. Gravitt fights off the 0-1 and fights into the backstop, 0-2 from Wyatt Peters. And Peters is going to lift the 0-2 to left field. Calling for it is the center fielder, Lars Schoenfelder, makes the catch. 2 down in the inning, so fly out by Gravitt. And 2 down now as the Bulldogs batting around. Matt Mitchell will dig in for the second time this inning. A fly out back of the first. And a run scored earlier this inning. And so Mitchell digs in. As Wyatt Peters out of the stretch fires home high, 1-0.
As you look, he's not overthrowing by any stretch, but Peters is able to throw strikes. He's got the hitters off balance, off rhythm.
And a ball lifted to right field off the bat of Mitchell. Read in right field by Stalzer, and he'll make the catch, and that will be out number 3. So Peters, really good job in relief, as that'll close the book on Freiberg. He gives up 3 hits off of 4 runs here tonight, but Peters gets the final 2 outs here in the second. We head to the bottom of the second. Cats now trailing 16-0 on KFJB-TV.
Legends American Grill is the perfect place to watch your favorite team. Enjoy wings, nachos, steaks, and prime rib available on Friday and Saturday nights. It's game on for great food and your favorite drink to wash it down. You like burgers? Legends has fantastic, unique burger creations like this. The Legends Burger. Absolutely delicious. Gather with friends, enjoy your favorite team's games with the NFL Sunday Ticket, and make some memories. Legends American Grill in Marshalltown and our new Newton location, where the game is always on.
16-0 our score, heading to the bottom of the second inning as Bobcats give up 13 runs off 12 hits, leave 1 on base to the Bulldogs, but the Bobcats committed 2 errors there in the top of the second inning. It did not help matters, and the Bobcats will head to the plate with the 4, 5, 6 batters. J.J. Schoenfelder, Garrett Tatey, Taven Dutton will bat this inning as Matt Mitchell back on for his second inning of work, and boy, that was a long layoff there.
Yeah, when you said his second inning of the work, in my brain I was like, well, didn't he start? And both can be true, apparently. Goodness gracious, it has been a rocky inning.
That was at least a 30-minute inning.
Yes, yes.
We had a 20-minute inning in the first game as well. And first pitch of the at-bat to J.J. Schoenfelder, lifted his center, but caught by Thompson.
No, he didn't. He dropped it.
He dropped it late as he ranged to his left. Almost looked like he took it for granted a little bit, the catch there. But that will be an E8 out there in center field, as that'll get J.J. Schoenfelder aboard.
You'll take him any way you can. You see the fly ball out there, and the wind has died down, but it's still pushing a little bit. But, yeah, that just looked like he took his eyes off it a little too nonchalant.
So an error gets J.J. Schoenfelder aboard. This will bring up Garrett Tatey, right-handed batter versus right-handed pitcher. Schoenfelder, a good 3-strike lead over there at first base, takes the secondary lead. He's back in as the pitch is in for a ball to Garrett Tatey, 1-0. Tatey on the season, batting .400, 5 runs, 7 RBI.
And Mitchell's got some pop on that fastball.
And Tatey drills it to right field. That will get in for a single. Schoenfelder will get into second. And there's action on the base pass for the Bobcats here in the bottom of the second.
And that's Tatey's second hit of the night. He was the lone Bobcat hit in the first game. He's got the first Bobcat hit here in the second game. There you see, he just hits it to the right side of the infield.
So good piece of hitting right there. Schoenfelder had to kind of watch out as that ball was kind of ripped his way, and Mitchell fires in a first pitch ball, 1-0 to Taven Dutton. Dutton eyes, good off-speed pitch in for a strike over the heart of the plate to Dutton, 1-1.
And if you're the Cats, Dutton hitting .357 in that 6-hole. He's a senior you trust.
Mitchell comes set out of the stretch. The 1-1 will hit on the outer half for strike 2.
Dutton's got good plate discipline, but I also like to see him maybe just be a little bit more aggressive in that box. Don't allow yourself to get down. Go up to hit.
And time called here by the catcher, McClure. Quick meeting with Matt Mitchell, and it's over already. 1-2.
That's one of those, that meeting could have been an email, you know.
1-2 is upstairs, 2-2 down to Dutton. That is true. Runners at first and second for the Bobcats. No outs, bottom of the second. And the off speed is tapped back to Mitchell. Off the bump to his left he goes. Flips it underhand to Larson at first. And there's one away. It'll act like a sacrifice bunt as it moves Schoenfelder third. Tatey now to second base. One out.
We talk a lot about productive outs. And in that first inning where Sam was second base, nobody out, we did not have a productive out there. But here with Dutton having people on first and second, nobody out, his productive out moves both runners into scoring position.
Holmgren swings and misses at the first pitch. He sees from Mitchell. Here's the 0-1 and a good off-speed pitch outside, 0-2.
And Mitchell goes to that curveball when he needs a pitch. He goes to that curveball. We've seen it already tie up Lars' first strikeout
earlier. 0-2, and that another off-speed pitch outside. Tap foul near the right-handed batter's box. And so Holmgren will reset, steps back into the batter's box. Mitchell. Runners at second and third with one out, and out of the windup, he'll fire home. And that one will miss just outside, 1-2 to Holmgren. He's batting on the season, 185 with 12 runs, 7 RBI, 10 walks, 12 strikeouts this year, so you definitely like the numbers from the freshman. And he'll take an off-speed pitch on the outer half for strike number 3. Caught looking is Aiden Holmgren. That looked to be maybe a touch high and outside, but home plate umpire calls it. Second strikeout of the night for Mitchell. Second out of the bottom of the second inning.
They call that a dinner reservation strikeout. It was off the plate, but he rung him up.
And a pitch on the inner half to Trayton Gilliland. And that's going to be called a strike as Gilliland backed off the plate. But curving back in, here's the 0-1. And Mitchell will fire in a fastball for a strike. Down to the count, Gilliland 0-2.
Yeah, you look on that one. May have caught the top side there, but that was borderline there. But Gilliland looks a little overmatched so far in this at-bat.
And the 0-2 swung on and missed, and now Mitchell with 3 strikeouts of the night. Bobcats leave 2 runners aboard. Stranded is J.J. Schoenfelder at third, Garrett Tatey at second. We head to the third. Bobcats in a big hole, 16-0 on KFJB-TV.
Don't let concerns about shifts in the market disrupt your long-term financial goals. Edward Jones financial advisor Zach Wall can help. He'll work with you on an investment strategy for long-term results. Edward Jones can give you the tools and knowledge for a steady approach to hitting your financial targets. Get started by giving Zach Wall a call at 641-752-3017 in Marshalltown or visiting edwardjones.com. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Production of today's game is made possible by Home Rental Center in Marshalltown. NeedItRentIt.net. Heading to the third inning. Back out to pitch for the Bobcats. Wyatt Peters got the final 2 outs of the top of the second inning and looked really good in relief coming out there to get those 2 outs.
Yeah, he had batters on their heels. He threw strikes, popped him up twice. And he's got a little bit of almost a shot put. There isn't a long stride with it. He doesn't get full extension. It comes kind of from that shoulder area, but it's been effective. Has a little tail to the ball.
Bobcats face 17 batters in the second inning, and they'll try to make it a much quicker third inning here. It'll be the 8-9-1 batters. Mitchell Jordan, Chase Thompson, and Christian Aller due up for the Ottumwa Bulldogs. Well, the wind has died down quite considerably from what it was about 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, it feels like it's done, and then you look out at the flag. It's still stretched full out, so there's still a breeze out there, but it is nowhere near what it was.
Bobcats throw down. They'll face Mitchell Jordan, the only man to not bat twice in the second for the Ottumwa Bulldogs.
I guess we have that.
A single and an two RBI and a run scored in the second for Mitchell Jordan, left-handed batter at the plate, as he faces Wyatt Peters, and the first pitch is outside, 1-0.
Yeah, Wyatt stayed up in the zone. That's one of the things that has caused the batters to just pop it up. Everything that he's throwing is basically letter high.
1-0 is upstairs and outside, 2-0.
That one is stretching the definition of letter high, but he's been up in the zone and a little bit above it.
Mitchell Jordan, how about this? Your 8-hole hitter hitting .714, 10 runs, 2 RBI. And he'll lift one, third base side, possibly playable, but Dutton running out of room. And one of the Bulldogs kind of reached over and touched it, and they say
he should be out.
Home plate umpire says there was no interference.
Oh, my God. He reached, I don't know about that. Because he didn't make contact, I think, is why they didn't call it. But he definitely was reaching into the field of play.
So on the foul ball, 2-1. Now to Jordan. And he'll watch it right outside. We've got a ton of Mitchells. We've got a Matt Mitchell. We've got a Mitchell Jordan.
No Kevin Mitchell, who's my favorite Mitchell from back in the day.
3-1. And lifted to left center field. This will get down. Long run for center fielder and Schoenfelder. Left fielder and J.J. Schoenfelder will get to it first. Throws it back in. Not in time. Mitchell Jordan with a double to lead off the third.
And the crazy thing about Jordan is, as you said, hitting .714 and 10 runs coming into tonight. He had 7 at-bats with those 10 runs. That's crazy. He just gets on base all the time. Of course, that if you're walked or hit doesn't count as an official at-bat.
Chase Thompson stands in, drills one between short and third. They'll hold the runner and Jordan at third. And Chase Thompson is aboard with a single. He has 3 singles tonight, an RBI and 2 runs scored out of the 9-hole in game number 2.
And right now, Ottumwa's playing station to station. They're not being overly aggressive on the base paths with that 16-run lead.
So 13 in the second, 3 in the first for the Bulldogs tonight. In game number 2, they improved to 12-4 on the season with a win in game number 1. 16-0 the final in that one. Here's the ball jammed inside, lifted to left center field. Long run for Lars Schoenfelder in center. The runner at third will tag and scored in Mitchell Jordan, and it's now 17-0. An RBI single off the bat of Christian Aller, the leadoff batter in the lineup.
And that was, that's where Peters had been pitching well, and that's really the kind of pitches he's had where he's popping up hitters, which was the case there. It just dropped in front of Schoenfelder.
Dawson Weller stands in and takes the first pitch strike from Wyatt Peters. A triple, a fly out, and a walk tonight. Peters fires in. This one cut on the inner half, and now tipped into the glove of Tatey. Will be strike number 2, 1-2.
One of the things that Peters has done.
0-2 it is, actually, yeah.
That Peters has done better than other pitchers is he has caught edges. He has not been as that he.
Peters has one lifted to center. Schoenfelder dives in center field. It's past him, and the runners move up 90 feet. The relay's off the mark. Dutton can't glove it. Neither can Tatey, the catcher, and the Bobcats finally haul it in. It'll be a single off of the bat of Dawson Weller. 1 run probably could have scored, but the Bulldogs will not add on to their current 17-0 lead. That is the 20th hit of the night.
And that's the one is we are not walking batters or hitting batters, but they are hitting the stuffing out of it. And there it looked like that ball just died on Lars. Lars thought it was going to come to him, thought it would have enough gas to come to him, but it just died right in front of him.
Peters with the bases loaded will fire in a first pitch strike. Pretty high, but Cam Maneri at the plate. Kind of wandered around for a moment and digs back into the batter's box. And Peters fires. Reaching out is Maneri. He'll dribble one to second. Griesel tags the bag as he gets the flip from Stupp at second for out number 2. The relay to first not in time. That'll be a fielder's choice as Maneri stands at first. And out at second is Weller on that 4-6 flip for the force out for out number 1 of the inning. And in to score from third base is Chase Thompson. It's now 18-0.
That's a good pitch to Maneri. You know, you get him out. That's a good job. I think if I'm Colton Hankey,
I think Maneri reaching out so far outside. I think he knew the umpire was trying to get these guys to swing. A wild pitch by Peters, and another run comes across the plate. And it's coming in to score from third base. We had number 7, which we might have had Nolan Heller come in and courtesy run. I did not see who he ran for.
Didn't see him come out to run either.
But that would have been Christian Aller. Left fielder, as now we have a pinch hitter. And in to hit is Kinnick Monahan. The junior will bat for Quinn Larson.
I saw Michelle Monahan in an old season of SVU in one of her first acting roles. So don't think any relation, but I just wanted
Probably
to show
not.
you.
Yeah, great job.
She's from Walcott, Iowa, you know.
1-2 count to Monahan, and he'll swing and foul off the next pitch he sees out of play behind home plate. You think a relation? Any relation to Niall Kinnick?
I think he's as much related to Michelle Monahan as he is to Niall Kinnick. I think it's an equal amount.
Here's the 1-2 upstairs and outside, and caught looking is Monahan on a pitch outside from Peters. They call it a strike, and he's caught looking for out number 2 of the inning. I'm all for moving it along.
Yeah,
not much to prove anymore in a 19-0 game.
It's like U.S. currency versus Canadian currency. It looks the same, but Canada, it takes like 1.5 times. So the strike zone has gone to Canadian currency here tonight.
That's 1.5. I like that. First pitch strike from Peters into Larkin, and he's going to rip one to left field. J.J. Schoenfelder. In a few steps, he'll make the catch and retire Larkin for out number 3. Bobcats get out of it. Do give up 3 more runs. It's now 19-0 Bulldogs as we head to the bottom of the third on KFJB-TV.
The right insurance agent can make all the difference. Assured Partners agents represent multiple insurance companies. They can pick and choose from a larger variety of outstanding insurance options. Assured Partners also handles life and health insurance and Medicare supplement coverage. With access to local, regional, and national insurance companies, Assured Partners will create policies tailored to the coverage you need. For more information, go online to assuredpartners.com/Marshalltown. Power through partnership with Assured Partners in Marshalltown, Toledo, and West Des Moines.
Four more hits, 3 more runs, 1 more stranded on the base pass for the Bulldogs. They've stranded 4, but it hasn't mattered tonight. They need to lead it 19-0 off 20 hits here tonight. Bobcats have committed 3 errors through 2.5 innings of play. We head to the bottom of the third as it will be the 9-1-2 batters due up for the Bobcats. And Jaden Miller was in the 9-hole to begin the night, but he'll be replaced by Wyatt Peters now, who bats in the 9th hole for the Bobcats. So it'll be Peters, Griesel, and Schoenfelder.
You feel bad for Miller there. You're like, all right, I'm going to get him at bat. But due to not being able to do anything offensively, he loses his spot there.
And that pitching change removed him from the game.
And I think Peters, for all intents and purposes, I think has pitched as well as any of the Cats here tonight, maybe better than. So he's been able to.
And he's found a little luck with that Canadian strike zone tonight, too.
The Canadian strike zone did come to play for him. I do think that's maybe the best phrase we should use when the strike zone gets a little wide.
So Wyatt Peters on the season, stepping to the plate 0 for 5 at the plate. He was 0 for 1 a year ago. And Matt Mitchell out for his, can you believe it, Dylan, third inning of work now.
Yeah, he's been able to take naps in between innings.
First pitch strike, and now Peters swings and misses over top of the second pitch, 0-2.
Yeah, Peters is stepping out each time, and with that off speed, that curveball.
And the off speed will hit on the inner half, and Mitchell is dealing strikeout number 4 of the night. Caught looking is Wyatt Peters. One away here in the bottom of the third.
That was telegraphed for a long time. You could tell just with him bailing out in those different places that Mitchell was going to go to that hook on the inside corner. It was set up for it.
And first pitch is going to be outside. The leadoff batter in the lineup for the Bobcats. 1-0 to Sam Griesel. He had a walk and caught stealing back in the first. And he'll take another ball downstairs from Matt Mitchell, 2-0.
And Mitchell struck out his last 3 batters. He has 4 on the night. Came out a little wild early in the game where Sam Griesel actually walked in his first at bat. He's now got a 3-0 count and may have the same fate as second time up.
Griesel will take ball 4 downstairs. Mitchell, I could see he definitely wanted to hit the zone there, but just couldn't find the spot. And last inning, he started out a little rusty after a long break. He gave up a base runner on an error and then gave up a single and then locked it in for 3 straight outs.
Yeah, the Cats have had runners in scoring position with no outs in both of the innings. They just have not scored any runs. Bottom of the order was overpowered by Mitchell.
Mitchell will throw over to first base on Griesel. Is out of the glove of Larson at first base. He was back in time. First pitch of the at-bat is upstairs to Lars Schoenfelder. 1-0. He struck out looking in the first.
Yeah, it was a really good hook that got him in the first.
1-0. And that one's going to be called a strike. And that one on the lower inner half to Lars Schoenfelder.
And this is where you have to extend with that Canadian strike zone about an inch or 2 more in each direction.
And that one's just outside, 2-1.
I like it. The Tim Hortons in one hand, the A out of your mouth.
2-1. And this one chopped to short. It's a long roller. Picked up by Gravitt. And over to first. Not in time. Lars Schoenfelder with an infield single beats it out as Gravitt with a long throw at shortstop. And Griesel moves over to second base. And so that will get Xander Stupp to the plate as Griesel there at second in time. And the throw just a hair late down the line. Schoenfelder there.
Stupp has a great opportunity to see if he can pick up his 18th RBI.
And he'll take a curveball for a strike. 0-1 to Xander Stupp. Donning quite a bit of dirt after a few dives earlier tonight at second base. And he'll call for time, step out of the batter's box. Now back in, it's 0-1. 1 out in the inning. Runners at first and second for the Cats, down 19-0 to the Bulldogs. And this one, Xander Stupp is going to wear, hit by the pitch, and the bases are loaded for the Bobcats here in the third. Griesel to third, Schoenfelder to second. Stupp stands at first base and hit by the pitch right there. He's going to take a little bit of time here after that pitch.
Yeah, that wasn't a curveball.
Ooh, right in the ribs.
Yeah, that wasn't a curveball that missed. That was a fastball inside.
Yeah.
And it had that kind of that thud to it.
So left side, he caught it right in the ribs. Tried to kind of chicken wing that arm out there to brace, but boy, that is not an easy one to wear right there.
JJ's got a great opportunity here.
Schoenfelder reached on an error in the second inning as he swings and misses on the first pitch he sees from Matt Mitchell. 0-1. Mitchell working out of the windup. And the off-speed in for a strike. Schoenfelder swings and misses. And that curveball is pretty nasty. I'll give him credit for that.
If he can locate it and add his fastball, that thing turns on a dime.
And just low. Oh, no. Caught looking as Schoenfelder. A little bit of a delayed call right there, but it is a strikeout of Schoenfelder for out number 2 of the inning. Schoenfelder caught looking, and that'll be 2 away as it brings up Garrett Tatey.
And when that curveball's going and he comes back with that fastball, there's
It's
nothing
tough.
you can do. It is like it's going to freeze you. You're at the mercy of where the pitch goes.
Bobcats in danger of leaving the bases loaded. Here's a good shot to center, but all over it is Thompson. He'll make the catch. Garrett Tatey flies out to center, and the Bobcats strand 3 runners on the bags and can't come away with anything as they trail 19-0, heading to the 4th on KFJB-TV.
At Greg Young Automotive, we're more than just a dealership. We're a part of your community. We believe in transparent pricing with no hidden tricks or gimmicks. Just honest deals you can trust. Our commitment to fair pricing and supporting our local communities is why so many choose us. Greg Young Automotive, where integrity drives us and you home. Visit any of our 6 locations across the state and experience the Greg Young difference, where we'll go the extra mile for you.
Welcome back to Marshalltown High School. Brandon Lewis, Dylan Donis alongside me tonight. Time for a scoreboard update, all brought to you by Central State Bank. Discover what Central State Bank can do for you. Dylan?
From the San Diego studios, where it's 70 and perfect, Jeff Brooks sent us Pleasant Valley leads Ankeny Centennial 2-0, bottom of 5. Dowling has extended that lead to 12-1 over Ankeny, and that's in the bottom of 4.
Well, if the Bobcats can't muster 4 runs, this will be our final inning of action.
At least 4, because Ottumwa has the opportunity to add to this lead here.
I was forecasting a clean inning for the Cats,
I
so
like it.
Thanks for stepping on that.
We saw pictures of Nick Rebick and Carson Johnson, assistant coaches, walking off the field.
2 former Cats. Peter's taking his warm-up pitches. Ottumwa, 20 hits, 19 runs. Bobcats, 2 hits tonight, no runs in game number 2. Combined between the 2 games, just 3 hits tonight for the Cats.
Well, out of that, you see Garrett Tatey's getting ready to get behind the dish. He has 2 of those 3 hits tonight. You can see the freshman starting to get the bat on the ball a little bit more. Flew out to center field, but it really comes down to Bobcats have had runners in scoring position, less than 2 outs in all 3 innings, and have not been able to cross anybody across the plate, and that is just that's a killer when you really struggle to score runs, when you get into those hitter positive moments, when you have people and runners scoring in position and everything. You have got to figure out a way to get them to home plate. We just haven't done that here tonight.
Well, the bottom of the 3rd looked promising, though, Dylan.
It did. Bases loaded. You get Mitchell goes fastball, and a great fastball to JJ, froze him after 2 great curveballs, and then Tatey flies out. It's just those unproductive outs where it's either a strikeout or you can't move a runner. It's a killer.
Mason Gravitt leads off the inning, and he's hit by the pitch by Wyatt Peters, and so he'll be aboard to get the inning off. The shortstop, a walk, a single and a run, and a flyout, and now hit by a pitch for the Ottumwa Bulldogs tonight as Tyler Schaus stands in for Matt Mitchell, the starting pitcher tonight. He is going to be the pinch hitter. Takes the first pitch ball and now drills one right back up the middle past the glove of Griesel. Schoenfelder will throw back in as Lars Schoenfelder fires back into the shortstop Griesel, and that'll be the single and the 21st hit of the night. this time off the bat of Tyler Schaus.
Yeah, he just put it right on the nose. I do look out there in center field, and I think as he continues to grow and grow, Lars Schoenfelder's going to be one of those kids that can both hit and field at a really high level.
Yeah, that is for sure. And a ball lifted to shorts. Left field as it kind of ranges back in a little bit, but that one still on the dirt at shortstop as making the catch is Sam Griesel for out number 1 in the inning, so a fly out on the pinch hitter Griffin Johnston.
I have a nephew, Griffin. I don't think he's my nephew. I'm not thinking so, but I do have one.
Chase Thompson will stand in, the 9-hole hitter. Been pretty good at the plate here tonight. I believe it is Chase Thompson. He's got the build, a wiry frame, but I don't believe it is, and it is not. But a ball grounded to Griesel at short, long throw over to first in time. What a play, 6-3 ground out. And who was that? Was that 18, Jace Mitchell?
Believe so. This is where
we get interesting here. I believe it was Jace Mitchell.
And these get really, because we don't usually get to see the back of them because of the way they come up from the third base line. We have number 7 up now, Nolan Heller.
Yeah. His uncle, I believe, is Rick.
That's what I heard in game 1.
Yeah.
And from us.
The game 1 announcers need to get their own material because we've been all over that joke for a couple of years now.
That's right. I warned them to stay off our Tom Latham turf because that's where I get real mad.
Wow, Heller waits on this one. We got confirmation, though, earlier this year that there is no relation.
There is no relation.
Heller grounds one down the third base line, foul. Nolan Heller, not going to play for the Hawkeyes, I believe, but he's batting .222 this year with 5 runs and 8 RBI.
We don't want to be too harsh on game 1.
Because, be harsh.
Because David Braga is our producer.
Well, I think it was more Elijah talking about the Heller, I believe.
That is true. That was Elijah.
Elijah's all the way out in center. We can rail away. Here's the 3-1, and it's above the head of Heller, and he's down to first. They were also confusing Dawson Weller and Nolan Heller. And Helen Keller.
That's always the best when you get halfway through it and you realize what you're about to say. And you were laughing halfway through that. You didn't get past Helen and you were busting a gut.
So we've got a pinch hitter. Landon Bonney, a senior, will dig in. He's worked 7 walks this year. And with 2 strikes, he laces one over the glove of Dutton at third. And the 21st run of the night is going to come in to score. Or, excuse me, the 21st run of the night is going to come in to score. As 2 runs come across the plate there on an RBI single by Landon Bonney. And, just 1 run. So it is going to be 21. Right?
Yeah, it's 21.
21. After a certain point, kind of lose track a little bit.
Yeah. We've seen
Mason Gravitt comes in to score there.
There's been 37 runs scored tonight.
Oh, did I miss a run that scored earlier?
So I have in this inning, Gravitt and Mitchell have scored this inning.
And that was actually Tyler Schaus who was hitting for Matt Mitchell.
Yes.
And so Aller's hitter and Nolan Heller stands at second, and Landon Bonney stands at first base. And on a 1-0 count, Cam Maneri, he is still going to bat here. He stands in and takes a strike from Wyatt Peters. It's 1-1. And way outside, Maneri will take it for ball 2. 2-1. He reached way out. Last inning on a fielder's choice, he put one in play, but He knew that Canadian strike zone ahead of us even knowing the Canadian strike zone. So here's the 2-1 upstairs as Maneri backs away. Was Maneri the one that ran all over us and everyone else? Was he that one in their?
We said his name a lot.
Yeah,
and
I don't think it was. He was one of the runners.
Yes.
Here's a 3-1 right back up the middle, and Maneri's going to pick up an. No, he will not. Runner will be held at third base in Nolan Heller. Bonnie goes to second, and a single off the bat of Cam Maneri.
And I remember Dave Adlin helped us when we were doing our Rick Heller stick the first time of where he's from.
Mm-hmm.
And Dave came through again. He's
Okay.
from Eldon, Iowa.
Okay.
He's from Eldon,
Which,
Iowa.
that's his southeast Iowa,
yeah,
right?
so it's in that neck of the woods.
But just not those neck of the woods.
Neck of the woods geographically, just not genealogically.
Ask Dave if he made it through the tarp scene.
I saw Dave head out after game 1, so he might have got home.
He might have got home for the tarp scenario. The tarp incident? What are we naming it?
I don't know. We've been some places. The tarp fort?
Tarp night, like Fortnite. Here's a ball lifted to left field. J.J. Schoenfelder lets Lars Schoenfelder call for it. Kinnick Monahan flies out to left center field, and that'll do it here in the 4th inning for the Ottumwa Bulldogs. They add 2 more. They now lead it 21-0 as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Bobcats coming to bat when we come back on KFJB-TV.
You look forward to retirement as your time to relax. But now that it's here, turns out relaxation is overrated and you'd rather get back to work with an idea of your own. Wells Fargo Advisors can help. For more than 125 years, we've created wealth management and investment strategies aimed at achieving our clients' personal financial goals. When retirement plans change course, turn to Wells Fargo Advisors. Together, we'll go far.
Wells Fargo Advisors is located at 14 East South Ridge Road in Marshalltown. Call them at 641-752-5401. They're a member SIPC.
Back here at Marshalltown High School as Bobcats trailing 21-0 in Game 2. They lost 16-0 in Game 1 to the Ottumwa Bulldogs. John Yeager and the Ottumwa Bulldogs looking to improve to 13-4 on the season. Do we have a TARP update? Is there any?
We have a Maneri update.
Okay, all right.
This is a shout-out to Ross
No
Tate.
relation to Canary.
No, the shout-out to Ross Tatey. He was the B-back who got hurt. So
That's right. He was out because he was normally linebacker as well.
And then so I'm not going to take a – Kobe is his first name. It's that –
Kobe Chantalavan.
There it is. Chantalavan ran for like 3.4 miles.
I think so. Yeah, like 3 or 4 touchdowns in that game, I want to say.
So that's what I love. KFJB-TV listening audience helping us out.
Appreciate everyone. It's a team. It's really a team effort, much like holding the tarp earlier tonight.
Like we said, we have to hold our own tarp. This is not a large production crew. It's a good production crew, but we rely on viewers and listeners like you.
Yeah.
It feels like a PBS telethon up here. if you give us $100,
Jeff's taking calls back in the studio.
Jeff's got calls in the studios. If you give $100, we'll get you a nice tote bag.
We do have a pitching change, all brought to you by Ethington Heating and Cooling. They're not comfortable until you are. Cam Maneri on the spot is into the game to pitch. And this will be his first appearance of the season out of the pen, Dylan. So we can't tell you anything he's done this year because he's not pitched.
Yeah, I think he's going to throw aggression. That's
that is true. And he's up in the count to Taven Dutton 0-2 quickly as he gets a swinging miss by Dutton. Holmgren and Gilliland will bat this inning as well. Here's the 0-2 from Maneri, and that one is pure gas, as you would say. But it's downstairs for a ball, 1-2.
I don't think
I'm having so much fun. We might go to a 5th inning tonight, all on our own.
just here. We're calling it an imaginary game. Yeah, Maneri, I don't think – he may not have a second pitch in that arsenal.
Coming up in the 5th, we'll hold a tarp again.
And tell ghost stories underneath.
2-2. By the way, I do have to say David looked very comfortable back there. 2-2 is lifted right back up the middle. A single off the bat of the senior Dutton, and he'll be aboard as the Bobcats trailing 21-0 here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Bobcats down to their final 3 outs of the game, unless they score 6 or more runs. So Maneri into the game to pitch.
It'll have to be more than 6 runs, right?
It's got to get to 15. 15 after 4. So my quick math tells me that's 6.
But they have to
get to 7 technically.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, because if they're up 15, it's
get out
still
your
over.
calculator again.
That's right. Your abacus. I've got it all lined up.
Maneri fires home on the 1-0, and that's going to hit Holmgren. And over to second goes Dutton, and to first goes Holmgren, hit by the pitch. And this will bring up Trayton Gilliland. He struck out back at the second.
Yeah. Definitely was willing to swing the stick, just Mitchell was a little too much for him. See what he can do here against Maneri.
Gilliland. First pitch, he fouls off. And that one goes to the on-deck man for the Marshalltown Bobcats, Wyatt Peters, as he picks that one up. Maneri fires home, and that one's low and outside. Bobcats will not face the Bulldogs this year in football, which is pretty good, you know. I mean, although no Sonic, but also no gunshots. Here's the 1-1, swung on and missed. 1-2 to Gilliland.
Yeah, there's always a trade-off. There's always a trade-off.
And no guy juggling as well.
Yeah, we had a guy
we love
juggling.
that guy juggling.
There was the escaped convict.
1-2 upstairs. It's 2-2 now. Yeah, we had a juggler and then the gunshots, I believe.
Yes, and it all started with the escaped murderer.
That is true. We had the EAS warning.
Yes.
Here's the 2-2. Swung on and missed by Gilliland, and a strikeout, 1 away. So bring up Wyatt Peters, a caught-looking strikeout in the 3rd.
I would like the viewing audience to know that I am showing great restraint by not making a Maneri in the coal mine joke. So I just like that known.
Doing God's work over there, Dylan.
That's right.
Matt Mitchell goes 4 innings pitched, 2 hits, and no runs tonight. As final stat line on him, he struck out 5 Bobcats tonight. As Cam Maneri out for the 4th inning. He has a 1-1 count on Wyatt Peters after a first pitch strike. Peters standing in, eyeing. In the front of the batter's box there. Here's the 1-1, and that one will be low from Maneri, 2-1. And now we hardly have much of a breeze blowing out to right field. Here's the 2-1. And it's a strike on the outer half, 2-2. And the Bulldogs got an unfair advantage tonight. They got that. They got all the Gus Natos and everything as they were drilling triples and doubles with that wind. And Peters lifts one out of play behind home plate, 2-2. If only the Bobcats could have been at bat at that time.
I think the 23 hits had something else to do with it as well. I think the hits they were getting there in the first inning were going to be hits no matter what was happening.
And a pitch just upstairs. Maneri misses to Peters, and he's worked a full count now.
Cats again with runners in scoring position, less than 2 outs.
Runners at first and second there, as Dylan alluded to. A chopper right back to Maneri. He fields it, comes up, throws to first in time for the 1-3 ground out by Wyatt Peters. 2 down. Taven Dutton over to third. Aiden Holmgren to second. Bobcats with 3 hits tonight. Sam Griesel with 2 walks in both of his plate appearances here in game number 2.
That was a good job by Peters, though. Had a productive out, moved the runners, and now you get it to the Bobcats' best all-around hitter in Sam Griesel.
So down 21-0. Bobcats looking for a few runs of their own here in the final inning of action in the bottom of the 4th inning. And here he comes, set, fires, and that one will hit the outer half of the zone. 1-1 now to Griesel.
And as a hitter, it's nice with Maneri. You don't have to guess, is there a second pitch coming? You just have to locate it and then go attack it.
1-1 is upstairs, 2-1. Still a decent crowd hanging around. Softball is done tonight. Here's the 2-1. And that one's going to be a ball, 3-1.
Yeah, softball got done with everything, I think, about 45 minutes ago because all the teams and coaches were walking by us about 30 minutes ago.
3-1 to Griesel, leadoff batter for the Bobcats. Takes outside for a strike, maybe a touch high, but that one will be called a strike.
This is where you want to see Sam be aggressive.
Softball lost 10-0 in game number 1, and I believe they lost 7-0 in game number 2. And Sam Griesel fends off the 3-2 and fouls it to the backstop. So full count from Cam Maneri. Maneri out of the stretch. And he fires out. It is tomahawk to right field. And they're ranging over to the line, and it is caught for out number 3. Sam Griesel flies out to right field for out number 3 here in the 4th. And that will do it here tonight. Bobcats pick up just 3 hits. Shutout tonight in game 1 and number 2. 16-0 game number 1 and 21-0 in game number 2. Here tonight as the Bobcats swept by the Ottumwa Bulldogs. Cats now fall to 4-11 on the season. Bulldogs are now 13-4 and have won 11 straight games.
Yeah, they are just rolling. They hit the ball. They pitch incredibly well. You said team sub 3 RA, fantastic, and we saw what they did. That 1 through 4 in their lineup, they've got some dudes that can just rake as well.
Well, the Bobcats fall tonight again in the doubleheader, 16-0, 21-0. We head to our locker room report coming up next. This is Bobcat Baseball. You're watching KFJB-TV.
At Sports Plus Sports Medicine and Physical Therapy Center, we customize each patient's treatment plan to their individual needs. What does that mean? It means that not every back or knee problem is treated the same, and that your program will be unique and designed especially for your needs or problem. This improves how quickly you will return to work or sports. The Sports Plus staff is encouraging and takes pride in your successful recovery. This is just one more reason why champions choose Sports Plus Physical Therapy as their favorite place to rehabilitate and train.
Wayward Social is the place for fun. With 20 lanes of bowling, leagues for all levels, great food and drink options, an awesome arcade, there is a ton of fun to be had at Wayward Social. And that's just on the inside. Step outside and enjoy patio life at Gutter Point with drinks, shuffleboard, live music, and fun atmosphere. Follow Wayward Social on Facebook for updates on specials and live music. It is all on South 6th Street in Marshalltown. Visit wayward-social.com to plan your next visit to the place for fun.
Your degree, your way. Online learning at Marshalltown Community College lets you learn at your own pace, from home, fitting education into your life. Choose from 9 fully online programs. Balance work, family, and your future. Plus, you get dedicated support just like on-campus students. Library, advising, everything you need. Online degrees at MCC, flexible, accessible, and supported. Visit MarshalltownCommunityCollege.com to learn more. Start learning your way today.
The KFJB-TV Locker Room Report, presented by Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown.
Well, tough night for the Cats. They fall to the Ottumwa Bulldogs in the doubleheader, 16-0 and 21-0. Our locker room report, all presented by Wells Fargo Advisors, James Hunt, Jeff Isgrig, located at 14 East Southridge Road in Marshalltown. Well, in game number 2, Matt Mitchell goes 4 innings, gives up 2 hits, and no runs and 5 strikeouts to earn the victory for the Bulldogs. Camineri, the final inning pitch, did give up 1 hit and no runs as the Bobcats had runners at second and third, not able to do anything here tonight. Garrett Tatey started off the night, went an inning and a third, gave up 13 hits and 12 runs. Gavin Freiberg gave up 4 runs and 3 hits in relief. Wyatt Peters finished off the night as he goes the final distance, and Bobcats gave up a total of 21 runs tonight on 23 hits, made 3 errors. The Bulldogs stranded 7 on the base paths, but still they scored 21 runs. Bobcats with 3 hits here tonight in game number 2, no runs, and they left a total of 7 runners stranded on the base paths in game number 2. Bobcats fall to a mark on the season of 4-11. As the Bulldogs improve to 13-4 with the victory here tonight in game number 2 and game number 1. Marshalltown will face off against Mason City tomorrow night in doubleheader at 5 and 7 o'clock. We'll take a quick timeout. We will name our player of the game when we come back. This is Bobcat Baseball. You're watching KFJB-TV.
You planned and saved for your child to go to college, but medical school after graduation was a surprise. A happy, expensive surprise. Wells Fargo Advisors can help. For more than 125 years, we've created wealth management and investment strategies aimed at achieving our clients' personal financial goals. When opportunities surprise you, turn to Wells Fargo Advisors. Together we'll go far.
Wells Fargo Advisors is located at 14 East South Ridge Road in Marshalltown. Call them at 641-752-5401. They're a member SIPC.
Registration for the upcoming school year in Marshalltown is Tuesday, July 8th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at Miller Middle School. A birth certificate is required if a new student is joining. If parents are unable to attend, they can go online to the Infinite Campus System. To begin, go to the district website, marshalltown.k12.ia.us, and click on Academics. All new families in the Marshalltown Community School District must register at the District Welcome Center, downtown Marshalltown. Here's to the 2025-2026 school year.
The KFJB-TV Locker Room Report, presented by Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown.
Time now to name our player of the game, all brought to you by Opa Grill in Marshalltown. Greek and traditional favorites. All you have to say is Opa. 0 for 1 tonight, Sam Griesel in game number 2. He did work a couple of walks and caught stealing one time, and he was stranded at third in the 3rd inning. Sam Griesel is our player of the game tonight. Again, all brought to you by Opa Grill. He receives a $25 gift certificate to Opa Grill in Marshalltown. When we come back, Dylan Doze will be standing alongside head coach Colton Hankey. We'll have our post-game chat when we come back on KFJB-TV.
What does OPA mean? OPA means joy, enthusiasm, and approval. And when you dine at OPA Grill in Marshalltown, you'll understand why. With their made-to-order pastas, soups, and salads made daily with the freshest ingredients. Favorites include chicken parmesan pan-fried to perfection, fresh and light chicken lemon rice soup, and their signature OPA salad topped with seasoned gyro meat. OPA Grill Family Restaurant in Marshalltown, where you can dine in or drive through. All you have to say is OPA!
You're an empty nester closing in on that retirement property. Chances are your plans didn't include mom moving in, but life happens and you do the right thing. Wells Fargo Advisors can help. For more than 125 years, we've created wealth management and investment strategies aimed at achieving our clients' personal financial goals. When retirement means caring for yourself and a loved one, turn to Wells Fargo Advisors. Together we'll go far.
Wells Fargo Advisors is located at 14 East South Ridge Road in Marshalltown. Call them at 641-752-5401. They're a member SIPC.
The KFJB-TV Locker Room Report, presented by Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown.
Keith with you.
Get that run across, but overall, looking at from an offensive end, what kind of growth are you seeing with some of your younger underclassmen?
Being able to basically kind of take advantage of the situation because, quite frankly, with with where we're at the first inning, even going into the last game, Lars was able to get the bunt down and Griesel able to get in scoring position. So when we get guys on, we're able to at least get them into scoring position, and then it just kind of comes on to us on if we can execute and get those guys at home. That's where we're kind of falling short, but it's a lot more progress than we were last week.
Yeah, you look at those again, all 4 innings had those opportunities. Then you look at Wyatt Peters came in, pitched a few innings this year, gave up some runs, but I thought at points he was really effective after the game didn't really start off the way you wanted. What can you say about Wyatt's performance here tonight?
Well, I mean, Wyatt did really well against Roosevelt last week, and I mean, Gilly did his part for the first game. I mean, everybody's kind of pitching in, and they're taking advantage of the opportunity. I told them, and I told everybody else that it's 6 games last week, 6 games this week, and there's going to be a lot of rotations going around. So you just got to be ready for when your number's called, and they've been doing their part. They've been chipping in to try and limit the damage that's been going on.
And you talk about that 12 games, 2 weeks. That's as strong as any major league schedule, and really is taxing on arms. We have the Riverhawks of Mason City coming in tomorrow. What can you say about the Riverhawks?
I mean, they'll be athletic. They're well coached, and we just got to come in tomorrow. I think it's a new opportunity. The sun comes up again, and we can't let this dictate on our performance for tomorrow. Because if that happens, then it's going to be a long night, and we can't afford that.
Thank you, Colton, and back to you, Brandon.
Some say life is like a road trip. Is it a coincidence Scooter's Coffee is a drive-thru? We don't think so. Whether you need a coffee while you enjoy the view, to just get you through the long stretch, or to refuel between stops, Scooter's Coffee is there, brewing up delicious coffee, espresso blenders, smoothies, iced drinks, and more, with the convenience of a drive-thru so you can stay on the road and enjoy the ride. So go ahead, scoot on around. Amazing people, amazing drinks, amazingly fast. Scooters in Marshalltown.
McGregor's Furniture and Mattress is your local furniture store in Marshalltown, and they are proud to support Marshalltown Bobcat Athletics. If you need a new recliner to relax in, or perhaps a new dining set for the whole family, shop McGregor's. They also have a good selection of luxurious sectional sofas. Score the mattress of your dreams with an assist from the McGregor's friendly and knowledgeable staff. You'll be the household MVP when you bring home the winning selection from McGregor's Furniture and Mattress, downtown Marshalltown. Open 7 days a week.
The KFJB-TV Locker Room Report, presented by Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown.
Transportation for today's game on KFJB-TV, provided by Carl Auto Group of Marshalltown. Carl is your dealer for life. Our next upcoming broadcast is tomorrow night, as we'll be over at the Softball Diamond, Marshalltown against Mason City. 5 o'clock pregame, 5 o'clock first game, 7 o'clock game number 2. Our radio coverage will start right around 6:45 here on News Talk 1230 AM and 93.9 FM. Our next baseball broadcast is Monday night, as Marshalltown will host Des Moines North. We'll wrap things up from Marshalltown High School when we come back on KFJB-TV.
Auto loans at Lennox Employees Credit Union are not just for cars. If you are looking to purchase a new or used motorcycle, boat, snowmobile, or other recreational vehicle, look no further. Lennox Employees Credit Union has low loan rates, and the loan process is so easy. Visit lennoxecu.com for rates and membership eligibility information, or go to 1004 East Main Street in Marshalltown to visit with one of our loan officers. Lennox Employees Credit Union, member NCUA.
Legends American Grill is the perfect place to watch your favorite team. Enjoy wings, nachos, steaks, and prime rib, available on Friday and Saturday nights. It's game on for great food and your favorite drink to wash it down. You like burgers? Legends has fantastic, unique burger creations like this. The Legends Burger. Absolutely delicious. Gather with friends, enjoy your favorite team's games with the NFL Sunday Ticket, and make some memories. Legends American Grill in Marshalltown and our new Newton location, where the game is always on.
Don't let concerns about shifts in the market disrupt your long-term financial goals. Edward Jones financial advisor Zach Wall can help. He'll work with you on an investment strategy for long-term results. Edward Jones can give you the tools and knowledge for a steady approach to hitting your financial targets. Get started by giving Zach Wall a call at 641-752-3017 in Marshalltown or visiting edwardjones.com. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
One final time at Marshalltown High School. Brandon Lewis, Dylan Dones alongside me. And the Bobcats drop a pair here tonight in the doubleheader against Ottumwa, 16-0 and 21-0. The final score. Let's get a final scoreboard update on the night. All brought to you by Central State Bank.
Real quick, that looks like the broadcast booth earlier. They're doing a tarp party in there. These are finals. North Polk 13, Boone 0, Dowling 13, Ankeny 1, and that was in 5 innings. And Fort Dodge double up Roosevelt 12-6. Game still going on going into the 7th. Pleasant Valley and Ankeny Centennial are tied at 2. And again, that's going into the 7th.
And softball lost in a doubleheader against Ottumwa tonight as well. Well, thanks so much to our KFJB-TV crew here tonight, our producer on site, David Braga, as well as our camera crew, Keith Stewart and Elijah Bond. For Dylan Does, I'm Brandon Lewis, and our producer, Jeff Brooks, back at the KFJB AM News Talk 1230 radio studios, as well as FM 93.9. You have been watching Marshalltown Bobcat Baseball right here on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
Bobcat Athletics on KFJB-TV is made possible by Assured Partners, Greg Young of Marshalltown, Lennox Employees Credit Union, Marshalltown Area Chamber, Marshalltown Community College, McGregor's Furniture and Mattress, Sports Plus, Wayward Social, Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown, Marshalltown School District, Scooters of Marshalltown, Legends American Grill, Sandvik Enterprises in Marshalltown, your Marshalltown Hy-Vee, and State Farm, Tyler Pashong Agency.